I'm interested to know.
Oh, because Malaysia has been really great. Thank you so much for being a great host. But I'm really curious, next?
We have a knight here, and he's carrying
wow.
what I believe is a drone in his hands.
Are we gonna fly off?
I don't think...
Next? He said yes. We're going somewhere. Okay. Wow. I wonder where we'll be heading. So, M7, take us there. Safe flight. Oh, it's moving. It's going round.
It's spinning around. That's my bad angle right there.
Oh.
Okay.
Is it looking for some clues for the
hi, guys.
country?
If you're there, if you're on camera, wave, give a big smile, give a big cheer. You're on camera right now as we speak.
Show off your pearly whites. Look on the camera.
I wonder. Yes. I wonder where it will be heading.
Hi, Steph. Hi.
Hi again. And it's going down the tunnel. Okay, that's the interview area. Heading through the interview area outside. Okay. Hey, there's my car. My car is there.
Your car? But it's going through the Carnival now.
In the Carnival.
Everyone. Ooh, it's packed.
Wow. They're going to be filled up later, I can promise you this, when everything kickstarts here to find out who are going to be the champions. But the question is, where is our next location? Let's find out. Wow.
Yay!
Are you excited? Are you excited?
Of course. It's Monas, Indonesia, and it will be going back to Indonesia after a long time. So I'm super excited. We will be semangat. Mantul, mantul.
But if we can see from the video, it just said that finals in Indonesia. So will there be other regions involved?
Maybe. Oh, it's the only final. Yes, that's correct. It's only final Indonesia.
So multi-country M7. We don't know anything other than that. Where the final is going to be is Indonesia. But you know what? That's M7. That's looking ahead. I'm focusing on 2024 here, mid-December. To close up the year, we want to know who's going to be the M6 champion. So, Axiata Arena, one more time. Are you ready for this? I know it's been a long wait. That is not good enough. Axiata Arena, are you ready for this?
Yes!
Everyone watching around the world, the millions upon millions of fans, I hope you're ready as well, because we are going to find out who are going to be the champions.
Yes, you are right. So with that, let us show it over to Poji at the M6 Carnival.
Hello guys, it's Poji here. I'm at the Carnival itself, the M6 Carnival, and will you look at that crowd? Everything's so crazy, everything's so happening. And now, up on stage, KLP4G, they just performed, and the song is quite good, but now, they are about to announce something. I can't wait. Yo, bro. Macam mana perasaan dekat atas? Is it best tak? Best. Okay, look at that. It's happening, right? M6 Carnival. All right. Okay. There's got some announcement over here. They're still waiting for the announcement, but it's all right. But then again, it is grand final of M6. More. I need more energy.
Yes, more like it. Okay, we ready to record? Are you guys ready?
Ready?
Yes, ready to record?
We're ready to record.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
M6 free time or M6?
Alright, bang. Kat sini bang, jap. Apa khabar MC? Cakap.
Khabar MC.
Woo!
In 3,
2, 1. Will you hear this? MCs! Greater than ever! It's so happening here. I can't wait to enjoy the grand final game. And that's all from me over here. Let's go back to the host.
before we let you guys go, can you have a selfie photo with all of them? Yeah.
A best of 7 awaits Fnatic Philippines in the Axiata Arena.
Congratulations to Kelra and to Coach Why Not. We will see you guys on the grand finals.
The Cavalry are going to the grand finals.
Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Di sebalik bayang barat tersesat terangi malam, sakit ku rasa parut luka, bisikan kutu bangkit melawan dunia. Ku baru bermula. In the darkest of nights I will fight. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I'll get back on track with that physical attack. I'll never back around, I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. To me whole and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. Saksinya berjuta suara, namun juara. Bila dicabar, ku takkan gentar. Berposisi satu misi, the ultimate prize. Bila hayalan seakan hayalan, in the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, I'll get back on track with that physical attack. I'll always come back around, I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. I fall to the hole and it waits to unfold. Come back around, maju, laju, tanpa sesal. Baru satu semangat kental. Ku takkan jatuh, takkan ku jatuh. Track with that physical attack. I'll never come back around. I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. I fall to the hole that it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. You won't get me down. I'll get back on track with that physical attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. I fall to the hole and it waits to unfold. Come back, I'll always come back around. Thank you, everyone else out there. Are you ready? It's time to welcome your grand finalists of the M6 World Championship. Fnatic Onyx of Philippines and Liquid Indonesia.
Perceived as a team to beat, the tournament favorite, the final boss. On the surface, they are. Yet, if you look closely, you'll see that they are a super family. A bunch of members united by a single dream of taking home the World Championship trophy. Ang lakas ng Pinas, Fnatic Onyx Philippines! In their first foray as a team, these young stallions are already living the dream. They charge onto the World Championship stage as their region's champion, and now the cavalry marches proudly to repeat history and fulfill their country's legacy. Mereka adalah generasi baru Indonesia, Team Liquid Indonesia! A classic rivalry spearheading the dawn of a new legacy. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, Team Liquid Indonesia seize the moment and become greater than
ever! WM6, W Axiata Arena. This is an opening. A lot to unpack here, folks. From the announcements, M7, just the finals in Indonesia. Where else? Like, I don't know. Too many to dissect. But look, Leo, you saw teams coming in.
It's truly greater than ever. Can I just say that?
Now that's a sheesh. Thank you, W crowd, W crowd.
Makasih.
Now we gotta talk about this. The final boss, Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines, walking in. This is their first time competing on the stage. TLID, they had one game on the Axiata stage. But now, Drex, Fnatic, Onyx, this is gonna be their first time. Do you feel like they're gonna have shivers? Do you feel like they're gonna be nervous?
I think they're going to be ready. I mean, I think any little bit of nervousness that comes with playing esports internationally at this level, that might be there, but I think they're going to be ready. I think the moment that first blood comes in from either team and the crowd gets roaring, both of these teams are going to be in the zone.
You know what? While we're here, fans of Axiata Arena, I just want to make sure that you guys are rooting for both teams. I don't care if you're for Onyx. I don't care if you're for TLID. I just want to hear you roar. Axiata Arena, make some noise! This is the Malaysian hospitality. We care about good games, and all I care about, Wheezy, is for this team to showcase the best of the best.
Talk about setting the bar in the Axiata Arena. Full circle where it started, the band, the new logo, the Stallions going up against the Super Family. What more could you ask for?
The minions got me going.
Oh, yeah.
Now, breakdance and minions, that's the first time I've ever seen
The
that.
fires?
Those fires
The
spinning?
fires?
And then you said, what if we had fireworks inside? They gave you fireworks inside.
Folks, 10 minutes in, we're about to jump into the draft. So we don't have much time to talk about this. So right now, Leo, I want to ask you, what do you think are the strengths for Fnatic Onyx Philippines coming into this matchup?
Fnatic Onyx Philippines are a team that have perfected their meta. I spent a good amount of time with them the night before we played our first games here in Axiata, and they believe that M6, the story of M6, is the meta, yes, evolving every day, and each team bringing their own flavor to that meta game. If you're able to find out your sweet spot where you flourish and where you can win toe-to-toe against your opponents in that space, you win. And that's the secret behind Fnatic Onyx flawless run here in M6.
You know what? That's an interesting take. I want to hear about TLID, but before that, we got to look at both teams. We got to see their journey all throughout M6 till now. They make it to the grand finals. So let's see the journey of TLID and Fnop.
Before they ultimately end the game, Aaron Shiki will follow FNOP, have wiped Team Liquid ID out. The Thunder Gods ascend, the peak they last reached.
The Indonesian rookies find themselves against an unstoppable opponent. They charge through the Swiss stage to the knockouts, proving their strength.
Aaron Shiki.
They've taken down dragons. They've taken down giants. Now they are one rematch away from bringing the M series back to Indonesia. But standing in their way for the third time is the Super Family, running hot off a smooth run in M6. They dominated through the Swiss stage with a 3-0 streak, and they remain undefeated even through the knockout stage. They are on a mission to carry on the strength of the Philippines as their last representatives. It is a revenge match of the Cavalry against the Sonics. Do the rookies have what it takes to finally defeat the unstoppable? Or will Fnatic Onyx PH live up to their name as the Super Family that became a super team?
sa mga doubters dyan, pagpatuloy nyo lang yan. Mag-doubt lang kayo sa akin. Isa kayo sa ginagawa kong inspirasyon para mas lumakas. 3 taon na ako nandito sa MPL. Ang dami ko na rin paghihirap na naranasan. Kaya andito ako ngayon sa M6 para maging isang greater than ever.
Walaupun gue di sini masih rookie dan gue tahu gue banyak yang harus dipelajari, tapi gue akan janji gue akan menjadi greater than ever.
Only one can be greater than ever. The grand final stage is set, and this is going to be a revenge match for TLID. Before we jump even further, Drex, we heard from Leo the strength of Fnatic on the Philippines, the strength of the super family. Now I gotta have your take. What is the strength of TLID?
TLID has something that I like to call the steady charge, man. You know, they have their moments where they're too aggressive sometimes. They have their moments where they're not aggressive enough. But right now, TLID, when they don't go too far out of their range, when they're able to just draft normally and wait for that mess up by Onyx Philippines where they pull out the EXP Yuzong, where they pull out something a little extraordinary, that's when the steady charge of TLID can take that game. They just need to keep it clean, don't get too crazy, don't try to invade in the first 2 minutes, and that's how they'll win games here.
And now the final hurdle to victory. This one's coming from Kelra in the goal lane for Fnatic Onyx. He says
our mindset heading into the grand finals is to stay focused and strengthen our mental fortitude. We're reminding ourselves that winning will not only bring us the championship, but also the monetary rewards we've been dreaming of. Ultimately, it all comes down to working together as a team to achieve the victory we're aiming for in the grand finals.
You know what? The prize, the cash money. Now that's huge. This is a $1 million tournament. And now we're looking into the storylines as well. The revenge match here. So far, TLID, they have not been able to take down Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And with that, looking at paper, Fnatic Onyx does look like the favorites. Leo, you've seen TLID grow throughout this M6. Do you feel like it's enough to actually bring a challenge against Fnatic Onyx Philippines?
Truth be told, it's very impressive how Fnatic Onyx Philippines is having a smooth run. Even more impressive is how Team Liquid ID are flowing with the meta that's been growing every single day. One of their main strengths is their adaptability. The fact that yesterday they swept Selangor Red Giants, that's impressive. More than impressive, it was shocking. The whole Axiata Arena went silent. But I'll tell you now, if you bring that level of growth against a super family, I'm still a little iffy. I think the third time might not be the charm here.
Here's the thing, Leo. While we're still on us, I want to keep on you because I want to hear the story. In that video we heard, Kelra said, I'm in the MPL for 3 years. I've been through hardships, going up against rookies that they just started. You've been in MPL for the longest times. What has Kelra faced so far?
I've seen this young man in his debut season. He went into the grand finals, almost took down the eventual champions in Blacklist International. He's moved teams. This young man has flown here to Malaysia 2 years ago, this close to actually becoming a 2-time MSC champion. He has started his own family. Now part of the super family, he is at the cusp of being an MPL champion MVP, an MSC champion MVP, and after this, if they win, he could become an M Series MVP.
And now we're looking at M. Try to hear from Ben Things. Ben Things, is there any message to King Kong? And he said, all I can say to King Kong is, finally, you found the perfect team that can handle your intensity. You're also one of the most intelligent players who almost always knows the opponent's next move. Good luck in your match, Sigma King.
Sigma King Kong. I mean, this guy feels like a prodigy right now. He has definitely just taken us all by storm. I feel like just last year it was all Carl Teasy, Kyle Teasy, Kyrie, but right now King Kong is the name on everybody's lips. This guy is a monster.
King Cyril Perez is not the next Kyrie, not even the next Kyle, not even the next Carl. He is King Kong.
No, I'm with you on that one. For you guys at home, you guys can scan the QR code to grab your goodies. Now, listening to our analyst here, Wheezy, I gotta ask you, what is your stance on this matchup? Do you feel like it will go all the way? Do you feel like there's a big chance that it could go 4-0? And if so, who's the favorites for this one?
Well, I think for the favorites, it's no secret. And we've already seen it from the wild cards or to the Swiss stage and then to the knockout phase, right? They fought twice, and it was the same recipe. Fnatic Onic able to take down TLID. So I'd say favorites definitely going to go to their side of the court. But we've seen the rise of TLID yesterday. We've seen their performance, and they're starting to scale, right? They have to stay alive, especially with the backlines. You have the Ghost of Jakarta, and also you have the Untouchable as well. Both of their backliners able to keep themselves alive through the engagements. We know Fnatic Onic is aggressive, right? They like to take the fight early. They just have to be able to sustain themselves. If they can do that and fight their way through the early game, then I think we can go all the way.
And now we're looking at a player head-to-head here, the Sigma Junglers, because I believe both are that. King Kong going up against Favian so far. You know the impressive thing here, Leo?
Yeah.
King Kong played less games than Favian, and yet he has more stats.
Exactly. The Sigma Junglers, the Usurper and the Beast. Obviously, King Kong has better numbers. Favian working on it. Last night he was on a tear, but here's a secret. The fact that these two are performing out of their minds, given the way the meta has evolved, junglers have actually taken a backseat. It's actually all about the gold laner. So the fact that they're staying on point this way means they're still at the forefront, pushing their teams forward.
Okay, what about you, Trice? What do you feel?
I mean, and I love that you said that right now junglers have taken a backseat, but when you look at these two junglers, they're ones that have not taken a backseat. These are two junglers, Favian as well, who will completely take control of a game. It is not just in the hands of the gold laners anymore when we're looking at these two teams. Depending on how King Kong and Favian perform is going to determine a lot of how these games go.
Right now, Weezy, I got to ask you, because people will say TLID coming in here with a bit of a handicap because they played yesterday. So Fnatic Onic Philippines have seen what they have shown. And before I even continue the question, Axiata Arena, we're jumping into the first drafting phase of the Grand Finals of M6. And then the question I present to you, Weezy, do you feel like TLID has shown too much? Do you feel like they've shown the stride that they shouldn't have shown against Fnatic Onic Philippines?
I don't think so. I believe the meta, even though it's been adapting, there's a lot of things that both teams, rules that they have to follow, right? I mean, we see that Joy sneak up in there. We know how effective it could be. I think it's going to definitely be a battle of who can win in the draft. Who can find the back line pickups, who can get the Hilda, who can find the heroes that create that separation. But I don't feel like they've shown too much. I feel like we're still going to see similar picks today. It's just going to really boil down to who has the better micro engagement.
You know, we're looking at these bans now, and already we see a little bit of change in what we usually see. The Alpha ban from Fnatic Onic Philippines, and it's been a pick that they're one of the few teams to really actually rely on that Alpha still. They'll use it against the Suyo, they'll use it against other junglers, and King Kong is so comfortable on it, but seeing them ban this out, and then in response, the Joy ban, the last two powerhouses on the field right now are the Suyo or the Fred at this point. Still Hayabusa, but plenty of options here.
It looks like the Super Family setting up for a Jushin or a Cho. Strong mid, strong rotations.
I gotta say, a lot is open here, because if we're looking at the bans here, Fnop, they're banning a lot, but they're leaving a lot open. I'm talking about Bruno. I'm talking about the Granger. Dude, there's so much, but I kind of feel like this is good for TLID, because no matter what, they'll get two.
I feel like the Suyo's more prio right now than the Bruno Granger. I think it's a good upfront pick. We've seen the Granger at least with the ability to counter the Bruno. We've seen the Bruno win out in late game, so just lots of options.
Yep, if you get Suyo here, you complicate what Favian is able to play in the jungle, and you're bound to get either the Bruno or the Granger. So that's a good trade.
Yeah, so now, TLID, they don't have to pick up their jungler just yet. But really the question is, what's on the table? I'm looking at the Hayabusa as a hot pick since yesterday, because the Alpha and the Joy, even the Fanny, they're out.
I'm almost in a boat where maybe you don't rush marksman. Since Granger and Bruno are both open, maybe you go for the Cho here. Maybe you go for something else around the map here.
Maybe you go Bruno Cho. I still want to give a marksman to the untouchable one.
Yeah, I mean, Bruno, the thing is I just worry, because if you pick the Bruno, does the Granger immediately come out and outpoke you for early game?
Or maybe you go for the solution. We get that Cho, but we also get the Granger, the solution to the problem first. Will Kelra budge?
Yeah, I think he will. I think he'll pick up the Bruno here. I mean, it is going to be going up with the Granger. We've seen how effective the Granger can be as well against it. Now, you have this Cho, right? You just took away that versatility from Fnop when it comes to the Brusco the Bruiser, right? He likes to kind of rush in with that, get the setups, and that is a good start to finding a way to the backlines.
Okay, right now looking at Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they pick up the Bruno, and now they pick up that Lu Yi, Leo. These are the first 3 picks for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Do you feel like they got a good start here?
I think the Monster Mage is very happy, and if Super Prince is happy, the Super Family is happy. Just with these 3, you have your core set up. You can also just now think of a front line. And look, another core for TLID. You were looking for the Hayabusa.
I was looking for the Hayabusa because, come on, what else is there?
It's been one of the few answers to the Suyo, essentially. If you don't have the Joy, Hayabusa is your next best thing.
Yeah, and with the Hayabusa, right, it's easily able to get to the Lu Yi, a hero that likes to stay from afar but lacks the mobility.
Gentlemen, they need to choke out the frontliners now. Get rid of Tigreal, get rid of the Hylos, get rid of the Gatot.
Okay, now, here's the thing. I'm actually looking at TLID here. They have the Granger. The Granger is good going up against the Lu Yi because you can actually open up the map. But I'm a little bit worried here about Ezekiel, the Ghost of Jakarta, because looking at that, so you're looking at how King Kong plays, I feel like a lot of aggression is going to mid. How will he answer that?
Well, I think they go for maybe some long distance here, right? We've seen Aaron Shiki pick up the Poke Granger. Maybe they lock in something insane like the Navaria, something long range, something like the Xavier we saw very early on. I don't know if that's how you want to start off in game 1, but maybe it's exactly how you start off in game 1.
A little closer to the chest, like a Farsa.
Farsa
has been getting good results.
Oh, Trax is onto something here, folks. Novaria gets banned out. So again, like, we know these teams. It's been 24 days that M6 has been going through. We know that Onyx will attack that mid, because if you look at their 2 bans already for Ezekiel, they're really challenging the Ghost of Jakarta. What else do you got?
Yeah, the mid lane Maestros trying to get some finesse. With the Lu Yi, it's a lot of mobility for the side of Fnop. I do agree with the Farza pickup. I think it could be wise, especially with the wings by wings for some mobility on your side. We've also got to take a look at Fnop, right, for the XP and the roam position. There goes the glue, so maybe the Hylos, maybe the Gatot sneaks up in here. We know it's a great way to create some chaos and be able to get to the back line, and there goes the Hylos.
Does Fnatic Onyx pick up a specialty for Kirk? Do they get the Edith, or do they deny away the Gatot?
Or what about
that's a lot of jumps. Or the Khalid for Brusco? That's a lot of mobility between the diversions and the sandwalks.
Let me just say, if we do have a Khalid roam here, if I'm TLID, I'm not feeling good.
I'm not feeling good at picking Farza anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's kind of like a preemptive strike if you pick up the Khalid here. It's a preemptive. You're not going to pick a stable mage. It better be one that can move around. So they take in the Edith. Still one more pick. Roam or EXP still, essentially. Most likely this is the Kirk special, though.
I know Kirk, man.
I like the Khalid here. Not gonna lie. Something aggressive going up against the Cho as well. They're taking the time here. And it looks like they pick up the Gata Kacha instead. Jumping to the back lines. They have multiple angles. Divergent here, but then suddenly Avatar of the Guardian coming from somewhere else. Multiple angles by Fnatic Onyx Philippines here.
And now it comes down to what Yehezkiel plays. Yehezkiel, Wiseman, what you got? It's got to be something range, right? You don't want to dive in.
But the Gato Kacha is there as well. Even if you pick up a Farsa, you're going to get caught.
Yeah, I don't think you go for anything like the Valentina. You're just so close. It is tough. No matter what, you're in a tough spot. So maybe it's a what are you comfortable with pick here. Maybe it's a what are you okay with here.
I mean, it could even be the Aurora, right? I mean, you have a lot of frontline heroes. You can get the crowd control effect in your aspect, especially when you have a Cho and you have the Hylos. They're good at diving, but that overall group setup potential might not be there.
Need a stopper. Oh, he's played this once.
Yes.
And it comes out. He's technically both in your face and away. The Lilia.
Lilia, the last pick. But let me tell you, folks, in a best of 7, if you want to take risk, if you want to take chances, it's definitely for game number 1. Thank you very much to the panel. Oxiana Arena, get ready because we're jumping to game number 1.
We started with 16 and now we're down to 2, and third time is the charm here. The third time these two teams, these two champions from their respective regions will meet up to find out who will be the world champion here. What is up, guys? I'm Nice2, joined on the desk with Gideon Q and Mirko. Gentlemen, how are we feeling about the first draft?
I'm feeling the first draft is interesting. Punish your front lines, be able to diversify, go into the back lines as well. Cool places to attack each comp.
Hey man, they're gonna go in for the dive. They want to play their game, both of them, right? Fnop want to go aggressive, TLID want to go aggressive. It's a brawl.
It's going to be a brawl out here again, a best of 7, and we're starting it up with game number 1. Axiata Arena is ready for this bout, and both these teams have fought through the gauntlet to lead up to this. Already in the mid lane, a lot of early action expected with what we've seen so far. Super Prince pretty low here, but we got to talk about the fact that the meta has really set in, especially throughout the knockouts and where we've landed now. But this Lilia pick from Yehezkiel, mind you, one of the players that brings out the most unique heroes to the game here. And how does this work out?
Yeah, they brought up the Xavier. We were expecting something like that too. Oh, Witty with the flicker out. But yeah, this pick isn't really something we see too much of from Yehezkiel in MP Indonesia Season 14. Though, however, when his name was still Sin, we saw a lot of Yehezkiel Lilia.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of the few picks that can apply a lot of pressure to your opponents, right? As long as you are hitting those stacks and making sure that you are continuously keeping them in place, you're basically a zoning mage, right? And let's not forget that, at least with Lo Yi, yes, the yin-yang reaction is great, but it also has the conditions of making sure you have an enchanted talisman, for an example. And you can even see, right, from the emblems itself, he wants to live in these fights to continuously throw them out.
Oh, flicker out from Yehezkiel. Shadow Kill, not ready just yet. There you go. King Kong gonna be very low. Shadow Kill not able to transfer over to King Kong. Both teams surviving, no casualties as of the first minute.
Well, good thing though, you know, Yehezkiel doesn't go down. Had to burn the flicker, so that is gonna be down. Also the revitalize from Brusco. But both teams still obviously looking for that potential first blood, really on this side of the map here.
Okay, it's Kirk. We're just gonna walk up. Aran doing the same thing. Both of the tanks here, frontliners. It just seems like, you know, it's kind of a similar game that Brusco wants to play compared to Aran. It's all about screening, waiting, and I would say distracting the back line.
I mean, as long as the back line is confused with where they need to go, Team Liquid ID, we know for a fact they kind of want to go straight forward at their opponents, but only on the right conditions. And hopefully, it's based on where Super Preference is going to be showing himself.
And that's a part of this. Again, the level 4 for Witty, not available just yet. So not going to be able to go for that pick-off potential. Same thing on the other side. You know, it's Fnatic Onyx PH that wants to take their time as they approach the first objective. Don't want to overextend. Brusco has been fantastic throughout the tournament, making plays himself, you know, setting things up like, for example, with the Khalid that we saw earlier on. Here's the taunt, though. Witty's in trouble.
Kundo, Witty jumping back and forth. Wait the dragon. Over to Brusco. That's Paven walking up. Shadow Kill to Brusco. AOC able to escape.
He's still alive, but now they keep on going forward. Aaron Shiki's hitting back against Super Prince. The front lines are starting to crumble.
Revitalize. Witty jumping back into Kundo. Brusco up. Diversion to the back as well. Witty taken down by Kirk with that Primal Wrath.
And they'll make it happen. First blood still going, though.
Oh, Brusco. Oh, he's alive, right? They're all good. They all good. All right. First blood goes through as expected. We weren't hoping for this game to be extremely bloody. It's still a marathon. It's not a race.
Aran will be trying to zone them away. Queller comes in from King Kong. Fabian on. Aran gonna go for the stun. Kirk with the onward, and that's the kill with a Soul Sever. 2 kills for the neutral objective. Fabian.
He's fine. Oh, whoa, he goes back. Kirk. Oh!
They're not done with it yet. They want to keep on trading as much as they can. They cannot let this gold go too far off their leads.
You see already the back and forth, the pendulum is already swinging this early in the game. And that's what you want to do. If you're TLID, you want to go in for those pickoffs. You utilize the fact that you're so mobile on this Hayabusa for Fabian. He does pick up a Hunter Strike already too. Black Shoes already used from Yehezkiel.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage, man. Diversion, don't know if they spot it. Yehezkiel spots it. Oh, no one takes it. Just a bit of vision, utility here and there for FNOP.
Great call. But so far, you can tell that both teams are trying to determine where the battle lines are, right? Respect the borders. The river has been such a dangerous place already in the first 4 minutes of the game, and only very small advantages have been created. So far, King Kong, a single level ahead of Favian for now, and things could start snowballing out of control, because even Kirk has a lead on Iran.
He has a lead right now, still kind of checking out the area here too, locking in the buffs before this next objective does come up. But so far, so good. Even for Fnatic Onic, PH Kirk could be in trouble. Pops the Primal Wrath, might get run down.
No flicker, Fabian with the quad shadow, able to connect onto Kirk. He is all isolated. He will not use the resources here. It will just be a kill. A good pickoff for the Cavalry.
And Fnatic Onic PH have not found the trade on the opposite side. Close, but still no cigar this time. Woody able to cover on Aaron Shiki, knowing the motions coming in from Fnatic Onic. That first rotation looks good. Here comes the next fight.
Taunt into Soul Sever from King Kong. Revitalize used up by Aran. Whoa, sent over to Brusco. AOG defensively. And that will be it in that skirmish. Meanwhile, the Usurper, Fabian, up top, picking up a turret. Diversion coming down as well. King Kong charging up the surge. Won't be able to find it. Fabian should be able to escape freely.
Gets out freely, gets a turret. Fabian doing work right now. He's everywhere on the Hayabusa. And that's what Fnatic Onic PH has to watch out for. Head on a swivel, but again, they have the Luo Yi. We saw Super Prince play this hero to a T throughout this tournament. And for the M6 in general, it's been such a crucial pick for a lot of teams in their compositions and how they approach the macro level of the game. Now that this turtle is up, though, second one for the taking, TLID has a very minor lead. And they'll try to get control of this too. Again, even if they plant Yehezkiel up front as a mage, it's fine. He can always Black Shoes out and just try to bait out some of the resources from Fnatic, and that's why they're so careful on the approach. Oh, bottom side.
Oh, Carol might actually, oh man, Fabian already used a shadow kill earlier, so no kill. Diversion on. Stopping the bush, Aaron Shiki able to dash away from the Earth Shatter. Now it's Winnie coming down. King Kong securing the turtle.
He finds it. They manage to walk away. If they disengage now, it's going to be a plus for Fnatic Onic PH here. But the Usurper will not let this stand. He's looking for another turret. That's two already secured.
At this point, this guy, he's a jungler, but he's also a turret destroyer, right? He's pushed down 2 tier 1s. But look at this side of the jungle. They're going to be focused here. Witty should be able to get out, takes the Queller, but he's fine. But they do take a buff, and so they are going to try to find something around the map, and that's what Fnatic Onic will always do when they get the information on the moves coming out from TLID. So next focus for them, again, both teams already having 1 turtle, but the next time this comes up, the Lord is for the taking here. And that's where we really have to start to look. Are the items in place for them to fight out? Witty.
Great dash away from the Jikundo. Witty to be caught in the bad spot. Kelra picks up the kill. Shadow kill from Fabian. Kelra's going to be taken down by Fabian.
Revitalize already popped down as Super Prince is going to get zoned out. Brusco should be gone for it. Yehezkiel bails out with the Black Shoes.
Oh, they still want to fight?
Oh, back into Fabian. Kirk going in as well. Primal Rat to take him down.
No!
Oh, Shiki bursted by the yin-yang reaction of Super Prince.
That's a great collapse. A clap back from Fnatic Onic PH. This has been a battle of inches so far. We haven't seen any real momentum, but at least this time round, Fnatic Onic PH fight on their terms after the initial aggression from TLID.
And that's what they had to have happen at this point. Again, waiting for that first Lord to come up. That also allowed now Kelra has the Malefic gun on the Bruno alongside the Haas Claw. So he's got the 2 items. And over on the other side, Aaron Shiki still building up into the second item. But they also grabbed themselves that tier 1 turret now on the top side. So playing into this in 20 seconds when that Lord comes up, Fnatic might decide to go ahead and approach this in a different way. Remember, every single time they can utilize Super Prince with the Luo Yi, show up at an off angle, and surprise TLID.
All right, so we're seeing a different approach to the Granger here in the Grand Finals. Aaron Shiki going for the safer approach. Usually we see Skypiercer item 2, Diversion.
Oh.
Fabian's got to be careful here.
They spot him.
Action. No, the taunt as well. No, Fabian gets away from the taunt, gets out of the worldy. Or just the last shot, actually. Not even worldy committed by Kelra.
But now the Lord, they've lost position on it, right? With Fabian so low, I don't think he can contest for this. Let's see how TLID is going to handle as they drop the Glorious Pathway.
Glorious Pathway down as well. King Kong able to burst it down with the Soul Sever. Witty jumping in with the Jikundo and the Dragon.
And then continue forward. Aaron Shiki holding his ground. They're looking for a fight. Fabian fights one. Kelra takes down another. And now without any purifies, Kelra walks forward, finds it. Kirk takes it. Aaron Shiki is down. And that is going to be a full wipeout here for Fnatic Onic PH.
The gold standard! Kelra making his mark on the world stage in the Grand Finals. A wipeout, and now he's just balling down these turrets.
He saw Fabian take the turrets, he's taken the team and the mid turret, tier 2. Taking a look at the instant replay brought to us by Kadia. This setup was so good, and it looked like Team Liquid had an idea on how they could win this team fight. But the biggest problem, look at the positioning for Kelra. Untouched, just able to move and groove and slide around and pick up the kills and clean things up.
I think that TLID, even though they had an idea in terms of execution, could not find it just yet, right? Oh no, Witty. He's
Man, Kelra! This is a burst! Aaron Shiki to become AOG. Aaron Shiki going to be falling to Brusco. Diversion to the back.
And Brusco, he doesn't mind with Kirk and Super Prince already holding on. Yehezkiel, making sure those minions are down. They can't get out of this just yet.
Kelra is unstoppable and is going for more as well. Kelra gets a double.
Into the slide, he went the toss up, the slide, it's all on point.
Talking about chemistry, the Super family well connected there, making sure that the onward and the slide tackle are perfectly in combination, and they get to walk out for free despite being in the base with holy shields.
And this is why it's just so infuriating. It's so annoying to go up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. For the few 6 minutes we saw, we were like, all right, they were matching King Khan, they were matching Kirk, but then Kelra shows up.
It's a tough game. It's a really, really tough game here. Based on the items, you can see the respect coming up from both sides, all right? Aaron Shiki currently at 2 items with Hunter Strike and the BOD. He's not going for Sky Piercer this time around, but even Favian, right? He's not going for Sky Piercer either. He wants instant power. He hasn't gotten the War Axe just yet, but decided to finish the Malefic Roar first.
There it is, locking that in. And this is the difficult part of it, because if we have to look at and break this down, Team Liquid ID, they just had a landslide gold deficit now. You can see it, right? They're feeling pretty good. The lightning emotes are out, the charge is up. But for Team Liquid ID, they kind of relying on Witty. But the problem is, he prioritized Magic Resist. But the Kelra's the problem right now. A couple shots alone brings Witty down, even Aran on the high-lows. So now this is where they go ahead and continue to put the pressure, take the buffs, take whatever they want. And it's up to Team Liquid ID and Witty and Aran to figure out how do we deal with this.
I mean, right now, the next item, Power Spike, that we can see, Winds of Nature, already purchased by Kelra. He doesn't mind to go for those 1v1s, either against Favian or even from Aaron Shiki. But at this point, I think that TLID will have to just sacrifice another inhibitor. This next fight is going to make it or break it for them.
And Yehezkiel just can't get close. The fact of the matter is, Kelra already has the Malefic gun, so he's going to be outranging the glooms coming down from Yehezkiel. And if he needs to dish out a bit more damage to get the kill, he's going to have to sacrifice the black shoes, maybe even the flicker. And I don't know, man. I don't see Lilia as an execute hero.
I mean, Lilia is supposed to be designed against Brutsko, maybe even Kirk, sometimes even King Kong if he's already dashed into the middle of the fight, right? He needs Aaron Shiki to kind of slow them down so he can make sure he hits every single one of his abilities. But for now, Fnatic Onyx, they understand that they've got better team fighting overall based on the number of fights that they've had around the river.
And Aran will go ahead and give the information that Fnatic Onyx PH will go ahead and start up with the Lord here. They're pretty scattered across the map, so they might just be making the call, you know what, give up the Lord, give it to them, and get ready for a base defense because they got a lot of catching up to do. They're down 8,000 gold. The good thing is they hold on to the base turrets earlier on, but now that this Lord is getting ready to siege in, and what we've seen so far from the team fighting capabilities of this lineup from Fnatic Onyx PH, Team Liquid ID is going to have to pull some type of a miracle already. Diversion, just trying to spot things out. Aran is there alongside Favian. Wants to go ahead and grab his purple buff before this fight, before this defense that they need to pull off. But they're just shoved off of it again. So they have no choice but to go ahead and get prepped and ready for that Lord crashing down on the bottom side, managing the waves. The flares will go out, giving them the information at this point. And so now, Fnatic Onyx PH, are they going to press the situation, dive into the base, over the walls as the Lord charges in?
Wouldn't be too bad of an idea if they do so, right? As long as Kelra has the space, he can do whatever he wants to, and even sidestepping the Death Sonata shots just to make sure TLID gives him respect.
Look at that, Malefic gun. That's what it gets you. You can hit the turret from so far away. It's a mortar. Slowly but surely, just catapulting his way into the base turret. 2 base turrets gone just like that. They're blitzing the base of Liquid.
Are they going to go for a third here?
Oh, yeah.
That's the Dragon. Over to Kirk. Kirk can be caught. Aaron Shiki unable to dish out enough damage. Aran gets demolished. Obliterated in front.
And with... that's tough. Aran is gone. Diversion.
Oh my god, almost available! Headdeal is quelled! And Brusco goes in for the AOG. 2 members down.
Literally vaporized at this point. Now going for the endgame scenario. They just don't have the items to hold on!
Kelra's just focused. FNOP claim game 1 in a dominant fashion.
Dominant game number 1. 7-1 and 5 for the gold standard Kelra, but man, the entire lineup shined in their own way through this. And for Team Liquid Indonesia, a lot to go ahead and calculate from here. Again, it's a best of 7. There's plenty of time to readjust, reconfigure the game plan here, and we'll see how those adjustments are made. But first, of course, we're gonna have this broken down by our panelists over there to tell us exactly what happened here in game number 1.
Let me tell you what happened. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, this is the first time they play at the Axiata Arena stage. The first game is just to remind you of what they're about. If you're thinking coming in that, okay, maybe TLE has Jazz, they came in here and they're like, let me remind you, we have not dropped a single series.
Everybody asked the question, what is Fnatic Onyx doing? Are they resting? Are they preparing? What are they doing in their off time while you see TLID fight it up against SRG? And I guess now we have our questions answered.
Dude, honestly, like looking at this game, I gotta say 10 minutes flew by so fast. Shout out to Hello Panda, by the way. 10 minutes flew by so fast that I was shocked. I was shocked. I went for a quick toilet break. I came back and then I'm like, what happened? You gentlemen, tell me, what happened?
That was what you call a lightning round.
That was a lightning round. That was definitely, it was a quick little, that was a pre-round. You know, it was a pre-round. It was a warm-up. But right now, I felt like Fnop came in, warmed up. They waited their timing. They didn't rush things in the beginning. They even let themselves take a couple deaths. They sacrificed 2 off-lane towers. But Kelra never went down. And the moment we got to that first Lord, it showed tremendously the patience of them, not only on a full fight level, but in those team fights, the way they approach each fight, they're always looking for the turnaround.
This is what you get when a team such as the Super Family ends up with a draft that they're very comfortable with. This is what I meant when each team brings their own meta and you play that within the evolving meta. And Team Liquid ID, they did try, right? Like they tried to one-up and say, oh, we're gonna pick the Granger first, and then we end up with a Cho, and then small jungle pool, Hayabusa. It's not like they had a bad draft, it's just Fnatic Onyx know this game so well and know how to play within the cracks, which was, again, why in 10 minutes they were able to, as you say, just take over.
And it's taken over, a domination, a lightning round, as Leo stated. And to me, something that stands out was Brusco the Bruiser on this Gatot. We saw several engagements where he went in, took several hits, went back out, waited a second, looked back, saw Aaron Shiki, jumps back in, and guaranteed the kill, whereas I feel like Witty, he was just having a very hard time on those initiations.
Right now, gentlemen, elephant in the room, this Lilia pick. Do you guys feel like it's serviceable in this series? Or is this going to be the last time we see this Lilia?
I don't think the Lilia was the problem. The Lilia was packing a punch. It was giving them very good early game rotations. It was clean. Honestly, some of the big mess-ups came from the Cho, came from Witty, either over-aggressing, the team fight's already over, he's re-engaging when he's a little too low on health. You know, things of that nature was my issue, at least, with this match.
And in comes a term that we often hear in analysis, forced errors. I think it was up to the Bruiser, Brusco, playing that man-to-man defense throughout 80% of the game that checked Witty. It's so hard as a Cho if you can't find odd angles, and what makes it worse is the extra battlefield mobility provided for by the Lo Yi. The Lilia was just, she had to check every corner. The Lo Yi, though, you saw that there was a micro diversion. Even inside their own base, TLID wasn't safe. And so it's this mid-duo that keeps TLID on their toes, even from the start.
And I think we all know what the tenacity does now. I mean, you got a good showcasing of that from Brusco the Bruiser. There was just so many engagements, but I felt like he was like 1 HP, but that little bit of defense made the difference. And that just shows you, it's more of the, I don't really feel like the draft was the issue. It was just micro plays. You see Witty just overextending, getting picked off, and that one slight decision made the difference.
I want to touch on the draft a little bit, but we're going to do it after this analysis because I'm seeing something here. I wonder if it will happen again in game number 2, but now we're looking at the damage numbers, and Kelra had a pretty good time. But honestly, Aaron Shiki, even though from a losing position, 46,000 damage, honestly, isn't that bad.
What the Untouchable One did was get out of lane much, much sooner. I think that's where a lot of the Sonics, all of the fans of the Super Fam, that's where they stood up and said, oh, it's real now. Because remember, that first big team fight where everyone was part of, that I'd say Liquid ID won technically, he got out of the lane, Kelra didn't. So that means Aaron Shiki and Liquid ID know how to use the map and how to space out when they can. Apparently that didn't cost Aaron Shiki much. So that's why he dealt this much damage. Compared to Kelra, who took it slow, played the long game, and eventually hit his power spike, it was inevitable for the core to outscore Liquid IDs.
And now we got to look at the MVP of the game. Is going to be the gold standard. Kelra on that Bruno. One of the best heroes giving it to one of the best players. That's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I mean, Kelra has continuously been a monster, and he needed to take that patience in the early game. He needed to wait right around 7 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes. That's when those power spikes start hitting, and that's when Fnop is like, okay, let's do this. And Kelra did it so well, even in that last big team fight. We'll see it when the highlights come up, I'm sure. He goes off, he takes down Witty while the rest of the team is fighting, and then he comes in through second, third quarter of that fight and just starts cleaning up with perfect distancing, perfect turnaround.
And how did he do that? A priority on Haas clause. So many times in this game, especially in the early to mid, Kelra we put down to a third of his health. And that's why you said in the later 2/3 of that fight, he would somehow come back, is because of the Haas claw. And gentlemen, guess what the second item was?
The range.
The Malefic gun. And that suddenly changed the way Team Liquid ID had to push their frontliners forward. Aran was at half health even before he could see Kelra. Witty was usually dead even before the fight really began.
Yeah, honestly, looking at this matchup here for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, we were talking about how great the micro is, and so far they're really showcasing it. I feel like for both teams, they have this understanding that moving around the map, we both know how to do that. But let me out-muscle you. And I gotta say, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they really showed their muscle here. Speaking of muscles, I'm actually looking at how the draft really progressed in the first game just now. In terms of how the game played out, we see a lot of different roles really making the picture of how this game plays out. But in the draft, it does look like Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're respecting Fabian, making sure that he doesn't get the alpha. So in my head, is it going to be a strategy for TLID not to ban out the junglers just so that Fabian and King Kong can have a fair matchup? Because TLID, when Fabian is not on a hero that he can initially perform by himself, not saying he's not good on the Hayabusa, but something like a Joy, something like a Suyo, it's a different TLID.
It's definitely a different TLID, and I think when we come to this next game, there's a big chance TLID takes first pick. So we are definitely going to see some differences in draft, differences in bans, and the way things are driven through that. Big chance maybe we see them favor Fabian and give him the Suyo up front, or maybe Fnop bans it out. We'll have to see exactly how it goes. And again, I don't think it was a complete draft issue. I think Fnop knew their power spike opportunity. They executed it perfectly, and TLID didn't respect it. They didn't respect that 7.5 minute rush and just over-engaged. They didn't keep it steady.
I agree with you that I also don't feel it is a draft issue, but we got to respect the draft here because it really does look like the coaches, they're making some mental notes of how they feel, how they move around the map with certain heroes. And I feel like this is the intricacies when we're looking at the grand finals. Is it a bad draft? Absolutely not. It's an amazing draft. But the coaches know the difference between a Joy, a Suyo, a Hayabusa, a Lancelot, a Ling. And that's why they're keeping the options to the point where it's like, you're good on this hero, but we know what you're going to do on second minute, the third minute, and we can punish that.
Yeah, speaking of punish, we're seeing even the gold laners, like, you're still seeing the Bruno starting to walk, you're seeing the Granger starting to walk. They're willing to roll that dice, right? If we get the Granger, hey, we know we can still win on it. If we get the Bruno, we can do that as well. So now it's more of that prio on limiting that jungle potential.
You know what? If it does come down to it, we are still looking at about, what is it, 47-53 win rate for blue and red. If ever, some way, somehow, Liquid ID does, you know, if Coach St. DeLucas gives the blessing, hey, leave open the Joy, leave open the, I don't think the Fanny's going to see the light of day. So leave open the Joy. And then they trade for the Blue Yo Joy. It's a question, is that going to be a fair game? Is that going to be like a better go for Team Liquid ID? I'd say no. I'd say it's possible that Liquid still just folds.
Question here. Before that, we got to look at a quote here. The test of champions from Coach St. DeLucas. Over the past 3 weeks, we've worked to instill a champion's mentality. Although the players are new to the M Series, they've embraced this mindset. Being a pro is easy, but developing a champion's mentality is not. After our second loss to FNOP, it was chaotic and emotional. We had to make adjustments to our playstyle and strategy. Facing them again will be a critical test, and losing for a third time would be devastating. As we prepare for this match, it all comes down to mentality, focus, and enjoying the match. Weezy, this is an insight that I have not seen. I didn't know losing against Fnatic Onyx Philippines affected them this badly. It was chaotic and emotional.
Well, I'll tell you what, to go somewhere you've never been, you got to be willing to do something you've never done, right? And that showcases that he's ready to take it to another level. He realizes that there's a difference from being a pro player and being a champion, right? It's bouncing back, being resilient, and that is what I expect to see from TLID in game number 2. Now, it's going to be a battle, right? It's these little decisions. We all agreed the draft is one thing, right? But it wasn't a one-sider because of the draft. It was just slight decisions that costed TLID that game.
You know what, Stefan, what was that little nugget of wisdom? To do something.
To go somewhere you've never been, you got to be willing to do something you've never done.
And that's what I'm trying to say about this whole jungle matchup. We've seen the Joy Suyo, we've seen the Fredrin Suyo, and we know how that works out. But what if TLID find a different angle of attack? Something that maybe we haven't even presented yet.
Granger jungle.
Just don't ban.
I mean, Zizajin used it. Granger jungle. Pick up Granger and Bruno.
It's a different time.
Something different.
I mean, he is saying what you're saying, but I don't know if we're talking about that much extremes, you know? I don't know, when I see the alpha in the last draft, Fnop decides to go for the alpha ban. And then we also see the Joy ban. I think you have to respect and kind of understand where they're approaching and say, fine, we're going to ban Suyo too. And just take all of those big picks off the field. Either you leave a lot open or you take it all off the field and bring it back down to Stone Age,
and
right? You bring it back down to something different.
Here's why I'm so confident in the jungle argument for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. It's because we've seen games where King Kong was given scraps. We've seen King Kong forced to play the Fredrin again. We know that he is an assassin specialist. We know that he's such a mechanically gifted player. If you give him a hero that just presses button like this, heroes that I do well with, he still does well. Somehow he works for the team. So I don't know if Fabian can do just the same.
Yeah, but I feel like we can actually explore the idea coming in from Trax. Make it ground zero. Have a gentleman's agreement to be like, all these S-tier junglers starting to become a nuisance. If we take down most of them, then we'll see things like the Bane. Heck, something we haven't seen in ages. Maybe we get to see the new skin of Boxia. Who knows?
Don't tease me.
But the thing is,
I'm getting excited.
I feel like that is a very big risk to take because it's a gentleman's agreement. TLID might think that, but Onyx might read that and be like, oh, you want to get all of these junglers out? I'm not going to play your game. I'm not going to ban any of them out. I'm going to ban something else.
If I know anything, I know that Coach Wynot and Coach Hayes are gentlemen, but you're asking for it. If you just suddenly allow things like this, then you best believe be ready to be punished.
Well, I mean, we are in the state of a game, right, where we're on grand finals. These are the two best teams in the world. You know, you have to be able to play scraps if that's what you get. You have to be ready to go against super meta picks. You know, we can break down, we can theorize the draft all day long, but in the end, you know, like I said, I feel like in the end, Team Liquid ID has to perform in game with whatever is handed to them. They have to be prepared for that, and that's where I think they really need to step up here.
I think even with a gentleman's agreement, right, even if you go even further beyond that, right, it's the elements inside the game that are making the difference. The crowd control, the burst damage, that's what's making the difference. And honestly, I feel like if Witty, if he can't find the setups, he needs help. You pick up this Lilia, right, you trust that that's going to deal the damage, and you expect Witty to pick up all these pieces and get these setups, and maybe Aran rushing in as well, but it's not enough. Maybe getting the mid laner, the crowd control should have been the aspect as well to help Witty on these engagements. If they had those setups, maybe Aran could be the one to deal out that damage.
Alexander, that is a good angle. I like that maybe Yehezkiel has to now suddenly play utility again, not true core.
But we've seen that happen, and for that to happen, he needs to have a hero like the Khalid so that there's some balance there. A little bit of damage, a little bit of crowd control. But remind me, remind you guys,
that in the draft, they actually targeted Yezuki. I mean, like, after the first 3 picks, we knew what was going to happen. We knew that the mid lane was not going to be safe. They bat out the Novaria as well so that the Suyo can gang. So I see the idea here, gentlemen, but we're going up against King Kong. Mid lane, I got to tell you, it's not safe. Even with the Aurora, even with the Vexana. At least that's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean, so much of this game is going to be set up by the mid laners. Witty plays such an important part for his team, and he's really got to perform. You know, I mean, and if the Cho is maybe the Cho is not the option. Yes, it feels good sometimes. You can get those big picks, but we're also seeing it just get melted down. His emblem build, he picks up Thrill, he gets damage instead of going full tank, you know? I mean, it's maybe a little bit smarter to do something a little bit bulky because you know Kelra is going to be hitting hard and you know that King Kong is going to be hitting hard.
Just putting it out there, if there's no Khalid, there's also the Jawhead.
The Jawhead would have looked
a lot of damage.
There. I thought about it, but
a lot of damage.
We'll see what happens. We're jumping into the draft now. There goes the Cho ban. There goes the Suyo ban.
Oh no, it might actually happen. Go back to the Stone Age. What if this is a Joy ban?
Joy ban. It's got to be.
Do you rush Alpha?
But then Fnop just picks Fred or something.
Exactly.
Like.
Yeah, I mean, like, now we have a dynamic here because we know that FNOP, they can take risks in the drafts. Like, you can pick up the Joy. Dude, King Kong has played so many Joys, he probably tells his team, this is where he's pathing. This is where he's ganking. This is his power spike. This is how we deal with it.
This is what Fnop did so well on first pick. They didn't just ban one jungler. They banned the Alpha and the Joy. They said Suyo is going to be gold this match. He's going to be the main prio. And I think this could be maybe the mess up from TLID unless they're giving Joy over and they have a lot of confidence in a Fredrin here.
Unless they go for the Joy, which I think Fabian did, and we come into one of your major discoveries in the knockouts, Fredrin.
100% win rate against Joy right now. I mean, it's just looking good, but they don't have to pick it up front. They pick up the Bruno here. They can go for the Hylo, something of that nature.
Also shadows.
The Lu Yi, more comfort.
Yeah, gonna have the mobility, gonna have the element of surprise to work for Fnatic Onic. Now, yeah, with the Joy pickup, definitely gonna be a challenge. I'm right there with you, Trex. I definitely believe with that 100% win rate on the Fredrin, that is possibly the wisest decision here. But, I mean, they've got a lot working for them already, right? You have this Bruno, a heavily prioed marksman, the best marksman so far, alongside the Granger as well.
I mean, here's the thing. Reminding that before this, Fnatic Onic Philippines, they had a draft where it's 100% for that Bruno. I still remember the draft. It's Bruno, Paramis, Matilda, having the Cho in the EXP, as well as Fredrin in the jungle. They played that kind of composition before. They have an option to do that again.
Yep, that was game 1 against Falcon Esports of Myanmar. And that went all the way, but it opened with such a banger. I think they can definitely do that still with the Lu Yi. And there it is, the Fredrin, baby!
I knew it was coming. I mean, there's some coaches that maybe aren't willing to risk it. There's some coaches that maybe they don't feel comfortable with their jungler on this, but we've been saying that King Kong will play whatever you hand him right now, and he's going to make this Fredrin look good. So what does TLID do to answer this? It's a troublesome spot. You either have full faith that you're going to be able to play around it, or you go for the Team Spirit swap. You go for the mid lane Joy maybe, and then it's a wait and bait.
That's an interesting idea, but I want to pull it back a bit. We were talking about this, where Weezy, you were the one that said that you need some kind of control mage. And I said, if you want that, you need a damaged roamer. And now they have that. They have the Khalid. And the thing is, they're not going up against an assassin now. They're going up against a Fredrin. So the counter here, the CC mid, as in like crowd control mid, it makes sense.
Yeah, and having this Joy is definitely gonna be a threat, but with that Fredrin, it's some good security from Fnop, and yeah, right there with you Heskill. He should be going for the utility realm. It looks like they were kind of on the same sheet of music as us, right? With the crowd control from Witty, it's just not enough of those setups. A lot of those engagements that they were fighting it out on, it lost because Brusco was the first one to find the major setup play to win over the trade.
Yep, I'm 100% with you, gentlemen, and I hope that Liquid ID is, because that's what they need right now, a stopper in mid. Aurora still up there. Vexana, if you really want to get down to it.
Vexana.
If they put like a Farsa here, what would that feel like? Would that be enough? Would that be okay?
For Fnop or TLID?
Well, for Liquid.
For me, it's a little bit difficult because even the Bruno with the Worldy can cause chaos there.
And it's not so easy for you to spot where the diversion's coming from. We've seen, well, half a dozen diversions spotted by the random Ice Blast by an Aurora. So yeah, I agree. Let's see. Let's see if Liquid ID will go that round.
It's also tough to pick up a Farza on this first pick side because Fnop can always bring in one more counter pick if they want. A lot of answers. I'm still wondering, are we sold on the fact that this Khalid is Rome right here? Or do we maybe see something else picked up for TLID?
I think Rome is the right decision, but you could possibly pull out the Gatot here as well. And I mean, it'd still kind of be the same situation. I feel like for Fnatic though, I feel like the same rule applies to them. They could change this up entirely. You have the Luyi, you have the crowd control. You technically could go in for a Mathilda here because you have Fredrin with the setup, the energy eruption, and you also have a lot of crowd control from the Luyi.
One thing to note, Mathilda, this is what MPL Indonesia has picked up. For you to fight against a Mathilda, you pick up that Khalid. So this Khalid is also showing to Fnatic on the Philippines that we know that Mathilda is in your arsenal. We have the deterrent for that pick.
TLID got to come up with something here. They go for the Vex, they go for the stiff arm, they go for the ability to help out in these objectives. It's something that they had trouble with last time that we saw. Final pick, EXP lane. What about the CC? It shreds down on this Fredrin.
It's good against the Fredrin.
The only one. Can't survive diversion ambushes. Instead, they go for the old favorite, the Phovius. That's what? 1 to 3 dashes?
Yeah.
So far.
And right now, Fnatic Philippines, final pick here, and they themselves pick up the CC. This is a pretty good pick, but gentlemen, so far we've been calling the draft. We know the differences of ideas coming into game number 2. TLID going up against Fnatic Philippines. Fnatic Philippines, quite, in terms of the win condition, they have Kara, they have the CC as well. But now, thank you very much, gentlemen. But we have to continue with the show. We have to give it over to the casters for game number 2 of this best of 7.
Thank you very much, panel, for breaking down game 2 draft here. Once again, 14 minutes on the clock in game 1. Can TLID bring the series even, 1-1 in this best of 7? Gideon, how do you feel about the lineup?
I think it's going to be a little bit hard, right? Lane-to-lane matchups obviously leaning towards gold, but hopefully they can get enough of a lead on Aaron Cheeky and hold it until about mid-game where he can pop off. Otherwise, Fnop, that is, I mean...
Yeah. The Fredrin speaks for itself. The CC2, Fredrin against Joy, CC against that Khalid and the Phobius matchup.
We'll see if it's all going to come to place once again. Team Liquid ID, a different lineup, able to fight the range that we saw earlier and maybe even contain Kelra. The gold standard on the Bruno once again as they go ahead and face off. But even with this, you know, the Fredrin has popped up a little bit more throughout now the end of the M6 tournament here. But it was a newer pick that was picked up a lot against these assassins. Jungler, or for example the Joy that ends up working out really well. So King Kong going back to a familiar and comfort pick, if you will, that the world was used to. Now in the mid lane still trying to check things out here. Super Prince really low.
I feel like the world forgot about the 2 years that we had to deal with Fredrin in the
Can we forget?
I don't think anybody can forget that, right? But considering that Team Liquid has the Khalid on their side, they can force out priority, whether through mid, through top side. It depends on the direction that they want to go to. And for now, it's a help Aran get out of this lane. We're just going to let Aaron Cheeky do his thing in the gold.
Yeah, I wonder what emblems he actually went for here. If Aran actually went for more agility, Wilderness Blessing, perhaps just rotate around the map and help the team get neutral objectives. Or if it's more of that Brawly style where he wants to go up against Kirk, he wants to win it out. Witty, though, on the other hand, this is a comfort pick for him. Witty the Wise on the Khalid. We saw this also yesterday, flicker out King Kong. Wow, that's quick for a Fredrin.
Yeah, he showed up real fast. Here's the look at the emblem. So to answer that, Aran does have the Festival Blood, a little bit of extra movement speed too, but it is also just Fnatic Onyx PH that likes to roam around, couple tenacities. Again, this is a tankier Super Prince Luyi that we have seen in the past, but again, now mid lane.
Oh, no flicker on Witty. Reaction coming down as well. Revitalize. Oh, Witty gonna be caught, pops in. The healing, Kirk gonna be caught in the Curse Blast. FNOP and TLID are just poking each other.
I mean, this is just the kind of predetermined, hey, I demand respect around the river. And I understand why TLID wants to fight, right? At the end of the day, they can give up these neutral objectives, but they cannot afford to take that permanent damage. Whoa! They can jump right into the fight!
Oh, in front of pursuit, first blood for Aran. King Kong, though, picks it up. That's an Eternal Guard. Disengage now, Ton over 2. That's the kill over Witty. Gonna be caught in the bad spot. No flicker for Witty. Oh, no kill. FNOP don't want to chase. Fabian steals away the purple buff and gets out.
Gets out, gonna be able to take that purple buff away, but Fnatic on PH wanted to go in and fight. They will get it. I'm surprised too. Witty was still able to survive that, even without the flicker that he had to burn earlier on. But ultimately, still even. You know, nothing too crazy, but the objective did go over to Fnatic on PH.
Well, actually, I think it might not be as even as we think it is, right? Fabian's level 6 to King Kong's level 5. Yeah. He had a previous 2-level lead because of the stolen buff. So I think that Aran was given the call, hey, if you can get a kill, that'd be great. And now Fabian will maintain that 2-level lead throughout this match.
Yeah, and the fact that Witty actually got out was just so valuable for them. They got the purple buff down below, though. It's going to be a gank. Aaron Shiki, good use of the Death Sonata to get the AoE down on Kelra, and it clears the wave just in time to escape. Up top, Aran's actually winning this match. Kurt brought back again in front of Pursuit. Oof, that was not the empowered skill one.
Talk about the discipline, man. I mean, he held on to the Vengeance. They're going to take a trip, though. Goes to the top side.
Fabian electrifying beats, gets him out to safety. Witty rotating as well. Raging Sandstorm, Super Prince flickers out.
He forces the flicker as soon as possible. Super Prince in so much trouble, gets hit by the Eternal Guardian as well.
Aran picks up the kill, another Infernal Pursuit. Now Brusco is going to be chased down. Witty rotating again, going in, looking for some damage, but Brusco should be fine. It'll be another trade on the board, and a CLID were capitalizing on FNOP's attempts.
Now they pull ahead slightly more for Team Liquid ID. And now Super Prince, that's twice, right? Yo, to Kirk!
Vengeance used up by Kirk. Can he get away? Witty will try to jump in. Infernal Pursuit. Kirk, so ignores the brace by 1v2. Kirk slain by Witty up top.
Okay, no pressure, no sweats there. They got the dive off, they got the kill that they were looking for, and still we see that the advantage is held by TLID.
This is like a page out of the book we saw in game 1 from FNOP, where the layering of the skills and the timing from TLID is on point so far. Now, can they maintain that? They've gotten themselves a nice, comfortable gold lead, 2K ahead. They're building in now, first items all locked in, but this, Aran again.
The Pursuit now going to be chunked low. Kelra pick up the kill. Fabian jumping in the back line, electrifying beats to run away. Eternal Guard not connecting. That's a good yin-yang reaction, or actually, now Kelra flicker forward, AOT!
He continues moving forward. Kelra needs to hold this position as Witty has to slow them down. They find one in Aaron, Jiki, and Kirk trading, and they want to go for one with the Raging Sandstorm. Wow, this fight between these two teams, nobody is giving up. Resources being thrown left and right.
No, I mean, it looks like you would think that there wouldn't be that moment, but then they crashed down. And again, that fight was started by Aran. He wanted it, but also now the two turtles in the hands of FNOP, plus a turret. Kelra, one hit away still, might go down initially. Aran goes in.
No.
He flickers forward.
Yeah, a big flicker burnt, and Kelra's just having fun here in the bottom lane. Kelra with 2 kills is just so scary.
I mean, it's scary now, but he doesn't have the Berserker's Fury, right? He's building up to a Malefic gun, which I think he should be getting sometime soon. In the meantime, I think that Fnatic on a PH, despite the slight lead going over to TLID, the first item power sparks are finally starting to roll in.
Yeah, they're catching up with those first items. That's a Thunderbelt now, too. Super Prince just got the glowing wand, so now working on his next. And I'm surprised, again, where's he gonna go with this diversion? Brings in King Kong with him. Malefic gun now picked up for Kelra. They're gonna get spotted out, but Fabian might be in trouble.
Okay, Fabian is able to retreat, going in. Super Prince flickering back into King Kong. Now it's gonna taunt over. Fabian locked down. Brusco picking up that kill. Aran looking for the play. Raging Sandstorm and the flicker.
Oh, he connects, and now the revitalized Kelra alive. Witty, he's gonna get melted still. King Kong holds the line.
Kelra again jumping in. Kirk with a follow-up. Kelra gets his skill down. It's a wipeout.
What? Just like that, 6 minutes. 36 seconds into the game, they achieve a wipeout against Team Liquid ID. That's what we call a pinch.
That is a pinch and more, and they're gonna get more off of it. Again, you already see the lightning come out, and it looks like they want to play that way even in game 2. And Team Liquid ID, after that shocking wipeout, will have to readjust the game plan moving forward. Last turtle spawning up. Kirk just holding his own.
He knows. He knows. He's a little too strong right now. I don't know how else I could say this, right? Just a War Axe. Oh, where's it? Where's it going? To the top side. Doesn't spot him out. I'm pretty sure they saw the River Crab get taken there.
You're gonna send him up. Witty.
They spots him out,
Oh!
knocks him away. Now it's Brusco with the taunt as well. King Kong, there you get reaction! Oh! Shot Witty gets away, just barely, as he buys enough time for Fabian to recall.
How many times has Witty gotten away in this game, and he's gonna have to continue to do that? Even looking at the items, again, as we split down the roles, as Kelro works on the tier 1 here. Witty's only got a Thunder Belt himself. You can see Starlium Scythe now too for Fabian, still working on his next, and Iran, Thunder Belt too. So even the front line might be in danger because of the fact that this power spike for Kelro specifically.
Look at this guy!
Look at it! That's just the preview already, and he doesn't even have the Berserker's Fury yet.
Oh my goodness, I'm looking at the gold rankings on our little monitors, and he's got a 2K lead of his own, right? Oh my goodness. No, he's not gonna die here, right? They just gotta sacrifice the tier 2. No point to fight now.
Kelra is out-poking and outranging a Granger.
Yeah, that's, you know, at that point, and now that he gets and just works that turret down, King Kong's still looking for a fight. Witty.
Kelra again with a side. Brusco picks up the kill. Eros, that Sonata does nothing. Kelra, slight tackle forward.
He's just showing off at this point. He's just showing off. I mean, what else can you say about it, right? He's getting away with everything.
He's sitting there.
He's got the super fan behind him.
Oh my lord.
If I had the super fan behind me too, I'd probably be as confident as Kelra, but right now they're already assaulting the base turret.
Aran walking up, Eternal Guard not connecting. Brusco was able to dodge away from that one. Kelra is just munching on this turret from out of turret range.
We're not even hitting 9 minutes here as we move into that 9 minutes. 4 to 10, 7K gold lead. This is a ridiculous amount as Fnatic, Onic, PH are putting Team Liquid in a slow chokehold, and they just can't breathe.
No, they can't. Yin Yang reaction. The balls from Kelra. Diversion
Prince.
from Prince. And the diversion is truly a diversion. The mid wave comes in and Kelra picks it up. Reggie Sandstorm flicker. Kelra!
He's holding it forward. Iran has to hold the line. He goes down. Brusco cuts them off. A double for Kelra.
Again, the diversions will work in favor. Whether they send it forward or not, they make a win. And now working on the mid turret.
They're making this look so easy right now. And this is almost impossible to come back from. Yehezkiel just doesn't have the items. And with the next wave already crashing on, let's see how Fnatic Onic push through.
Fabian on the
Kelra's just on
backside.
it. Oh man, Fabian, he tried to go for the flank, but Kelra's the real assassin in game 2.
They, honestly, at that point, now they can go ahead and focus on the Lord. It looks like they'll do that, but I wouldn't have expected at this point, 10 minutes in, 2 base turrets gone, non-existent for Team Liquid ID here.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Naisu. I did not expect this game to go so far to Team Liquid ID's control. I think a large part of it is because they take in these fights as if they're skirmishes, but Fnatic Onic slowly pushes these skirmishes together into one full 5v5, and that's what Team Liquid ID is failing to see.
Let's think about it here. Team Liquid ID, how do they adjust from this? They're 8,000 gold behind. There's no way they touch any area here around this Lord, so that's more so of what's the game plan for the base defense on this push-in.
I feel like this is what we call in the business a checkmate angle for Fnatic Onic PH. They're not 10K, but they've got 2 inhibitor turns, which is already wild. This, with the Lord as well, I'm going to double check the items real quick on our monitor, and yeah, not enough of an item power spike. King Kong knows it, that they've got them in the triangle choke.
That's the beast. King Kong is just standing there, getting vision for the team, and now they're looking for another siege.
At this point, clearing up the waves. But again, as that Lord does make its way, they are going to work it down, but they just want this bottom turret down if they can fully expose the base. Lord making its way down the mid. And again, without those shields of being part of this defense, that's a big advantage for Fnatic Onic PH because they did the work earlier on. So they all just have to wait for this Lord to push in and then decide, do they end the game? Do they take a turret? How do they approach it?
Let's see. Aran getting taunted back up. Oh my, Kelra's just dealing so much damage. Side tackle. Kelra got the monster kill. Fabian gonna be caught in the curtain call. Witty looking for an angle. Both base turrets taken now. Witty with a quick sand guard.
Now they're going for the back line. Brusco is buying some time, but Kelra doesn't care anymore. He's going straight for the crystal to put it to a 2-0 for Fnatic Onic PH.
You thought game 1 was fast. Well, Fnatic Onic PH said we'll make it faster. 11:50, and now sitting at 2-0 in the grand final, best of 7. What is going on here?
They're looking like the more polished team right now.
Kelra has never made it to World Championship before. And the first one he's made it to he might just get finals MVP here.
He just might. The whole team completely locked in already, shown us in game 1 and game 2. Panel, what do you guys think? Are Fnop locked in? What's going on here?
What we think here is that in M Series history, it's either a 4-0 or a 4-3. And now it's looking like it's going to the direction of a 4-0 because I gotta say the first 2 games, those were quick, but might I remind you, it happened here at Axiata Arena. That impossible happened where we had a reverse sweep. But either ways, this is looking a little bit too much.
Oh, setting the tone, Fnatic Onyx again, and this time even faster than game number 1. That's a hard pill to swallow for any team in this situation. And now Team Liquid ID back to the drawing board again for game number 3. What do they need to do to make the difference?
You know, there's a saying that lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place.
Yeah.
In Axiata Arena, lightning round back-to-back just happened, son.
Lightning could strike twice if we see some sort of miracle happen in a sense of reverse sweep. If we see TLID maybe turn things around here. But it is looking rough. Fnop seem like they were born for this night right now. Not just in the draft, man, but from gameplay to the whole package, from the coaching staff to the players. They are handling it all beautifully.
First of all, let me just say, okay, like, I'm honestly more interested in the highlights because looking at the plays here, Fnatic on the Philippines, all 5 members, they're playing it very, very clean. However, we do have to be critical here because this is the grand finals for the World Championship, and TLID are making some mechanical mistakes, like Aran even trying to engage second skill first and then flickering forward. Weedy not hitting the skill shots. Like, TLID, they have to get in the zone because right now, it does seem like something's going on. Something's going on that they're missing their skills here.
I'll tell you what's going on. I can't speak for what Liquid is doing so far because these are, you know, some blunders that they've committed before. But for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, this is a lineup that they tried before against Liquid ID. It was, game number 2 in the upper bracket finals, wherein Fnatic Onyx played a very similar lineup. You just switch up a few pieces, but it's still King Kong on the Fredrin and Kirk on a sustainable XP laner, much like the CC. They lost that game in the hands of Liquid ID, but as you pointed out, Trex, they learned a few things. Like, they switched things around so that it wouldn't repeat itself.
Yeah, they get a little bit more damage this time. They get the CC in the gold lane instead of having a Uranus, you know, instead of having something a little more stagnant. Also, Kelwer gets on the Bruno. You have this late game potential, and overall, Fnop just played this game very well. Even early on, they were willing, I mean, they took a death on one of those invades, but they were consistently putting pressure. They didn't want to let Fabian scale. They didn't want to let Aaron Shiki scale. They closed this game out in 11 minutes and 50 seconds, and they played it exactly how they needed to play it.
Let me just say, I kind of feel like every single time TLID poses some kind of problem, it looks like Onyx, they have the answer. Because I gotta say, Fabian this time, he got the joy. But the answer was there, right? We got the Fredrin. And let me tell you, 009 on King Kong's Fredrin. And we heard what Mirko said. That's a pretty fast Fredrin.
Hey, that's the beast taking care of him. And did we not talk about this pre-match that compared to Fabian, as much as I love the Usurper, King Kong, as much as he is a micro-mechanically gifted player, he doesn't mind hunkering down and saying, all right, I'm going to play a role here. If you need me just counter the Joy, I will.
And this is another game for the Fredrin to prevail over the Joy again.
That's 100% still.
100% win rate on that. And you know what? I'm starting to realize a pattern, right? It's to get the roamer uncomfortable, get Witty uncomfortable, right? And you've seen him go from a setup roamer to now a damage roamer, but it's still the same recipe for the side of Fnatic Onyx, right? They know if they go aggressive super early, if Brusco can find the setup, even picking off Witty is the answer for them. There was a point in the game where we saw the Haas Claws into the Malefic Gun, and the only defense on the board was Thunderbelt from both of Iran and Witty, which is not enough. And then the Berserker's Fury even came in before they built another defensive item.
Wheezy, at this point, what, the first 8-9 minutes of the game, Thunderbelt isn't even a real defense item.
I agree.
You need to get the stacks on it, and if you're getting stacks against a team that is, what, 5K, 6K ahead of you, under 10 minutes already penetrated your base, that's a losing fight.
So this is how you touch the untouchable Aaron Shiki. you make the front line crumble. Because game number 1, game number 2, panelists, this is what you guys have been talking about. Weedy, Aran, these are amazing players. They're worthy of World Championship, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines keep on countering them. And now we got to look at the MVP of the game. It's 2 times now, twice with the Bruno, the gold standard, Kelra.
They're gonna run out of angles to shoot it from the same corridor, man. He's gonna keep getting the nod here.
I mean, if he keeps getting that Bruno.
I mean, yes, the Bruno's a problem, and
Good
it's
point.
true. At
Right.
this point, you completely switch up your draft ideas and just maybe hunker down in the gold lanes. But honestly, just like King Kong, Kelwer's gonna play with scraps, man.
I still
You
feel
could
like
put whatever in his hands.
Beatrix.
Plenty of teams. I mean, I
No.
get it. The Bruno's a problem, but plenty of teams have beaten the Bruno. So there has to be something.
I feel like the goal lane is solved. I feel like goal lane, it's everything else that's impacting here. We're talking about roamers, we're talking about the junglers, but at this point, it almost does feel like the draft makes an impact. But the players that pilot it, oh my goodness. Fredrin is the counter to the Joy, but you still have to use it well. And King Kong used it well.
Yeah, he used it amazingly. There was a fight in here where Joy, we might see it here in a minute. Joy gets invaded in the orange buff, and Joy just can't move, man. Joy gets either hit by the duality, gets taunted by Fredrin. Fabian is essentially useless in every fight whenever they're all grouped up, and it is just tough times for the side of TLID.
At this point, TLID needs to get a hero that is uncounterable, but no such hero exists.
It's going to be a challenge, right? I mean, I agree. I don't think it's just solely the draft in this. Even if you switch up the gold laners, even if you take out the Bruno, it's the element in the game that remains the same, right? The battle to getting the first setup, that's always winning these engagements to get your gold laner online.
TLID have to stop trying to brute force their way through this. They need to put some respect into Fnatic Onyx Philippines. We're seeing even in the end there, that last moment, Witty goes for this big play. Even if you catch Kelra there, even if you land on him with the Raging Sandstorm, nobody is there with you. You're not going to be able to kill him. He still will have a flicker after that catch. And either way, you're about 6,000, 7,000 behind in gold. You are not going to be able to brute force win a fight against Fnatic Onyx Philippines right now. They need to steady it down, slow it down, respect the other team, because Witty's going for some plays right now that he cannot go for in a grand finals matchup.
And that's without even acknowledging the mid duo of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They played the same hero, Louis Gatot on Brusco and Super Prince. If you start attacking the other lanes, that means these two are just free. They're happy with what they're picking up.
It's funny because if Witty had more items, maybe it'd have been a little bit of a different story. This is literally the situation where it's like, hey, you're not built like that.
Something that I do have to point out, the mid duo coming in for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, both Brusco as well as Super Prince, they're essentially stopping what the mid duo of TLID wants to do. You want to rotate? Excuse me, sir, but let's have a 2v2 here in lane. Like, no matter what's going on, what they do is stopping. That really enables King Kong to move around the jungle. Like, we've been watching these kind of games where King Kong looks very free, but we have to remember those two people, Brusco as well as Super Prince, they're allowing King Kong, number one, to do what he wants. If he wants to enter the opponent's jungle, go for it. But they also prevent. If Fabian wants to go inside Onyx territory, Brusco as well as Super Prince stops that. These two players, we don't talk about them that much, but they, in my personal opinion, is what making King Kong look absolutely amazing. Now, right now, this is a 2-0. We got to have some different opinions here because panelists, we've been talking a lot, but now I want the opinion of Coach Yeb, where he's at courtside with our host. So let's see what Coach Yeb has to say for this matchup.
Thank you, the panel. Here's Michelle with Rema for our courtside report. Now I'm having the Vice President of Onyx Esports franchise, Yep, with me, but I still prefer to call you as coach. Is that okay?
Yeah, sorry? Coach,
I prefer still to call you as coach. Is that okay for you? Okay, so how are you doing here?
I'm fine.
Fine, yeah. So would you like to introduce to us more about your work as a Vice President? Because I believe it's much different like the work as a coach, right?
Well, basically, just for this M series, I'm here to help and support Onyx Philippines.
just coming here to support. So what kind of support Rema must be curious about, right?
Yeah, like we're very curious, like what kind of support you give to Fnatic Onyx Philippines. So, Coach, why not mention that you've offered a helping hand to Fnop during the knockouts? So, what kind of support, the ones that you're willing to share with us, that you give to Fnop? Helping them mentally prepared and just for additional strategies, yeah.
It's
all right,
very
so
good backup, right?
yeah, so even if like with the title of VP, the little bit of coachship is still in there, but like help motivate the team.
That's why I still call you as the coach. Okay.
Yeah.
So now on the stage, it's the third time rematch of the Fnatic Onyx versus Team Liquid. Absolutely the most like the rematch of any M series here, right? So as a coach, your boys just got 2 games ahead right now. Are you happy about the way they did that?
Yes, of course, I'm happy with the result for now, but the series is not yet done, so we don't have to be complacent and just enjoy the game.
All right, so right now we're getting chill guy right now. Not too excited, you're up 2-0, but you don't want the boys to get complacent. So since, I mean, everyone knows your achievements as a coach, maybe you could give for one itch. So we know that each team has a key to victory. So for Team Liquid and for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, could you give us your one key to victory for each team?
Just be themselves and enjoy the game, yeah.
Just be the show, guys.
All right, be themselves and enjoy the game. I feel like Coach Yeb is holding back a bit. We understand why, but that makes a lot of sense too, yeah.
Yeah, coach is very confident about his boys. So, by the way, any message, any like shout out to your boys on the stage and to our Sonics here?
Thank you so much, Sonics and Filipinos. All Filipinos that supporting Onyx Philippines. We love you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Yep. Thank you, Rema. Okay, now it's a good time to start the game 3. So let's throw it back to the panel.
I feel like Coach Yep's advice is great for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Be yourself, have fun. Can TLID do that? Can they just be themselves, be fighting all the time? Like, again, Coach Yep, amazing coach, that's his advice. Trex, what do you feel? Do you feel like TLID can take that advice?
Coach T. I mean, yeah, have fun, you know, but you know what's fun? Winning. Yeah, winning is fun, and they got to step something up here, just point blank. I mean, it's TLID. They had a good draft in game 1. There was some misplays in game 2. Even they're not completely losing in draft. That last one, I don't think the joy into the Fred one was good, but there's still just mistakes over the map.
Yeah, I feel like an element that you have to take is that use your best strategy. And I feel like TLID, that's fighting, but they got to refine it, but they have very little time. However, I do got to say, since they're using the ROG Phone 9 Pro, they can do it. Was it? Yeah, are you okay? I mean, you're really going for some game now?
Looks great. I'm seeing what else Liquid ID can do, all right? We've stretched the limit of the 77 current hero pool in M6, and I'm looking like what else is left. I'm using the 165 Hz refresh rate screen to go through the currently 126 heroes we have in Mlbb, and I'm stuck looking at Suyo, that beautiful man. I think if he's left, I'm currently in a Suyo kick.
Open.
Yeah, I'm on a Suyo kick, so if whoever gets Suyo wins.
I mean, like, I don't know about you. Since you're enjoying yourself, I'm enjoying myself. We need some Hello Panda here where you guys can fuel your energy. Heck, you know what? I got full boxes. I got, what do you call it?
Cartons. You got cartons.
I got cartons of Hello Panda.
Cartons.
We got cartons. And now we got Hello Panda. And you guys can too. Heck, I was walking around Anxiat Arena and a lot of people are bringing out their Hello Panda. So shout out to Hello Panda and to all of you guys enjoying this lovely biscuit.
You know what I loved about the interview with Coach Yeb?
What?
I love the fact that he was asked the question, how does he feel about Fnatic Onyx, right? They're up 2-0, and normally you would expect maybe somebody to say,
Yep.
Oh, we've got this, like it's in the bag, it's guaranteed. But no, he respects the dynamic from TLID, right? He said, job's not finished, the Mamba mentality.
So that's what you like. what I like is honestly Fairy, where luxury meets gaming with fairies. First, M6 switch, watch this. Green Fairy, locked in, Green Fairy. That's the Blue Fairy. Pan to strikes, pan. All right, there you go. 3 fairies in one
desk.
Shout outs to Black Fairy Gideon as well. We have all the fairies here, and one cool thing is that if you have a fairy watch, you can ride their buggy, so you can go to the carnival. So we could have do that, but we're working.
I need to get a watch. That's what I got out of that.
You know what I need?
What do you
This
need?
isn't actually mine. They didn't give me one. They're gonna let me borrow it.
Since we're on top of things here, literally in the nosebleed seats in Axiata, I could use a secret lab.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
too.
You know what will you be able to do with Secret Lab?
What?
You can play for longer because the chair is comfortable. Heck, if Trex had a Secret Lab chair, his daughter will stop making fun of it.
Exactly. She would. But, you know, we all know whose fault that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Secret Labs would be great.
But
Here or at home.
Either ways, now we got to get back on topic here,
All right.
folks. 2-0. 2-0 for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. One more win, and they're at match point. While all of this is going on, TLID had time. They had time to readjust. They had time to re-strategize. So far, gentlemen, in my personal opinion, whenever TLID adjusts, it's honestly in their mid lane when it comes to the hero picks. I don't know if that's enough. Because so far, Fabian rotating the same heroes. Aaron Shiki rotating same heroes. Weedy rotating same heroes. We got to see what else can we rotate around. But now we are talking to Beloyski, the M-chat here. Beloyski, you've met Kelra in MPL Philippines a couple of times. Is there anything you'd like to tell him? Kelra is a good friend of mine. He's always been a humble person. I see him as a kid who's always eager to win. That's why he's now the best gold laner in the world. He truly earns the title. Good luck, Kelra.
And it's that same hunger that has kept Kelra relevant and on top of world rankings all throughout, even if he's never won an MPL, even when he took a while to get to the world stage.
And now we're looking at the average KDA. Look at the difference here. First of all, the top 3 is all Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Number 4 is Innocent, and number 5 is Aaron Shiki with 13.3. Double digits for that average KDA.
Because of the results of the past couple of games and their meeting in the upper bracket finals, Yehezkiel was prior on top of the scale. And now the Ghost of Jakarta cannot step back up. And this is what we have. Still, you know, just barely there, top 5. The untouchable one, Aaron Shiki. But yeah, compared to the 3 from Fnatic, the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, and those numbers could honestly continue to go up as we go through this series. If TLID doesn't hit the switch at some point, it's looking like, you know, things might wrap up soon.
Hey, I just hit the switch, flip. That's what needs to happen right now from the side of TLID to be able to get back online and take this game under control, because they're running out of opportunities. Now facing with their backs against the wall, 2-0, and everybody knows when it comes to esports, this is one of the hardest things to come back from. So jumping into the next game, a couple of things are going to have to change. First, Witty, he tried to go in for the setup, he tried to go for the Cho, it didn't work out. Then he goes in for the Khalid for the damage to try and find the back line, and he lets the Hezkiel pick up with the crowd control, and both methods still resulted in the same answer.
On stage, we just saw Coach Facehugger, now analyst / assistant coach for Team Liquid ID, and the situation they're in right now, a 0-2 slump. I bet this throws him back to his old days in Aura, where they would struggle in MPL ID for the longest time. And now as a coach, he's like, yeah, I've been there, gentlemen. I know what it's like. I wonder if that kind of wisdom is coming into game number 3 right now, because they need everything they can have, you know, any kind of help.
Now we're jumping into the drafting phase of game number 3, where TLID, now or never, they gotta pick up some kind of momentum. And if we go back to the advice of Coach Jeb, something about having fun is being comfortable, is being alive. And now we hear TLID not giving Kelra that Bruno anymore. And now looking at the junglers here, only one has been banned, and that's Fanny.
So at this point, maybe we see Fnop just, all right, fine, you ban, they're very known to do this. If you're going to ban the Bruno, we'll ban the Granger here. Leave the jungles open to trade up on. But again, Fnop's now they're in this place of maybe comfortability, but my guess is you just ban the Granger here.
I mean, it's a pretty good ban, and again, if you pick up the Suyo, you got the Joy. If they pick up the Joy, we got the Fredrin. The Eve gets banned out, which, might I remind you, this is the pick TLID used to stop Snoggeray Giant. So this is a very good respect ban here. And now TLID, time to drop the beat of Flash, picking up Joy.
That's a stinger, right? I mean, I feel like Fnop is putting them in a chokehold right now, right? They want them to take the Joy. They're not even worried about it. I mean, credits to Coach T over there, Coach Trex. The Fredrin is still on the board, and we know it's 100% win rate.
But that alone is not the problem here. You can still put the Suyo on King Kong. And
Granger as well.
Yeah, Granger.
Yeah, exactly. And win the rest of the lineup.
If I'm banning Bruno, I'm thinking we definitely see the Granger pick up here, right? It's like, why even? Because now you give over Granger, and then what do you have in response to Kelra at this point? Who's been, but
Moskov, yeah.
against Kelra on the Granger.
Oh, Harry!
Now
Wait.
Fnop's, all right, so Fnop decides to switch it up, fine. We're gonna have some fun this game.
They're taking risk here.
Well, there's no need to rush the Suyo. They do open up the Granger still. Definitely a risk because you're outranged. But something tells me Fnatic Onyx, like, they won the first 2 games with a very similar lineup. They're going, all right, maybe this time we dive.
I mean, I don't know. Personally for me, when you hear footsteps, you think of horses, not zebras, where sometimes the simplest thing is the right solution. But it looks like Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're showing a curve here, which is very interesting.
We've seen Fnatic Onyx pull this kind of trick against their series with Falcon Esports. They could have won clean and then decided to go, yeah, let's play the Yuzhong.
Yeah, that's why, you know, I'm like, I don't know about this.
I think at this point, it's, I don't know. It feels a little weird seeing the hair up front. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's weird at all, but yeah, I think Fredrin here would be solid. It's definitely what I think I would see them pick. But again, they're in that point I was talking about, where sometimes if Fnop starts drafting a little strange, this is a chance for TLID to capitalize.
So let me just say this. The reason why I feel like it's strange, because it feels like a trap, right? Do we not get this kind of vibe? It's like they're letting go of that Granger. It feels like they have a strat specifically for this Granger. So that's why I feel like this is sus. They're letting go of this. What are they planning? What's the strategy here? What kind of trap is TLID going to fall into?
Yeah, and then they go for the Suyo instead of the Fredrin as well. So I'm right there with you. I think they are having a strategy that we have yet to see so far in the Oxiata arena. But when it comes to TLID, Aran, he's got a comfort pick. He's rocking that Hilda.
Yep, he himself pushed the Hilda agenda all throughout MPLID, and now the world is reeling in the wake of this XP lane dominator. Going into bans, we still don't have mid laners. Instead, they ban a specialty hero for Widdy, the chip.
At this point, I'm liking TLID's draft. Their draft is clean. They were given a lot of prio, a lot of great picks. Everything that they have feels good against what Fnop has brought so far.
Right now, when I'm thinking of traps, maybe I'm overthinking in general here, but if there's a Suyo, would you ban a Fredrin?
No.
No.
But is there a chance Fredrin EXP comes up?
Nah.
Maybe, but that's still, I mean, that only really kicks in what, that's going to kick in around, like, First Lord, but either way, that's when Fnop's been fighting. That's when they've been really winning out, is around that 7-minute mark.
There's so many other heroes left for Kirk to just suddenly go, yeah, I'll Fredrin XP. I doubtful. Maybe you are overthinking it, LaFell.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Because again, I feel like something's cooking here, and I'm not sure what it is.
Speaking of cooking, you are going to see the Hylos taken off the board as well. We still have yet to see the mid lane matchups. The Farza still up for grabs. Looks very good. I would say even for both sides. Maybe you have to worry about the Katat. But Brusco the Bruiser, right? I mean, we know how he performs on this Katat, right? He's able to get to the back line. This literally was the deciding fact in game number 1. We saw multiple times where he would go in at 1 HP, and the tenacity, the only thing to keep him alive, and they're able to find the picks off. They're able to take out multiple members of TLID.
So what are we looking at here? Final ban coming in from TLID is going to be the Khalid. Target down onto Brusco. Target down onto that Roam. Maybe a Kirk pick. Edith still open for the side of Fnop.
Which means the Valentina Edith dynamic is still there. If ever Fnatic Onyx do pick up the Edith, but I don't think they're going to pick it here. They'll pick the mid laner here and then keep that XP laner pick for Kirk. That's what I'm guessing.
So what do we think they pick up for mid here? Maybe they take, I mean, Valentina doesn't look amazing here. They could go for the Fars, I guess, but Joy's going to run down on that. You got the Death Sonata. You have a lot of answers for Farza. But again, it is Super Friends, probably one of the best positioners in the game right now. It's tough.
Even the Aurora still available for grabs. Fnop could definitely take that, especially having that Hilda who's going to rush in. I mean, having the crowd control would be very effective. But wait a minute! Sicilian locked in for Fnop.
Mad range from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. What does TLID do? Currently, they only have one person who can get into the backline here, and that's Fabian's Joy. Do they have room in the draft to kind of pivot there?
I mean, we've seen this exact pivot before. We've seen Joy go, what, mid?
Whoa,
be the answer, and then they pick up Alpha or something like that.
I don't think the Ghost plays like that, son.
Hey, man, I'm just saying. You're right. He's a artillery backline. I don't know if that's in his kit. It's true.
You can fight range with range, though. You could go in for the Navaria. I mean, up against this composition, you can play from afar. You don't think you have to worry
Navaria's cooking.
That's a double poke.
Oh!
It's still good poke. The Farsa, again, great range artillery mage, and the Carmilla, which I think is I've heard, you know, from many fans of MLB that it's like a comfort pick for Weedy. I wonder how useful it'll be here in this game.
It's the we don't know what to pick, but we're gonna go for this. It's the whatever.
I don't want to say it like that.
I mean, I would not exactly not know what to pick, but it is the okay. A lot of things could work here. What do you want right now, Witty?
This is something that you can possibly come back with because the Curse of Blood is very deceptive, right? When you hit that big burst of damage, you can't really calculate for that. So maybe this is their Hail Mary.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging, though, because now they're lacking in the crowd control department. It's going to be more on being the aggressor in these situations, and we know just how well Fnatic Onyx is with the aggression. We even had a lot of segments when it was aggression versus endurance, and they were the aggressor in that struggle. And now the final pick will be the CC to match the mobility of Aran on his signature Hilda.
Right now, TLID looking at the draft. This is one of their best drafts so far when it comes to comfort. But is it enough? We're throwing it over to the casters.
Two devastating games already for Team Liquid ID, and now 2 games MVP performances for Kelra. This time doesn't get the Bruno. Can we see an adjustment here? Is this enough to bring a match win for Team Liquid ID?
It's going to be a hard journey this time. I mean, their draft, yes, as LaFell has mentioned, could maybe turn it around with that Curse of Blood, but it feels more like a deny rather than an accelerant.
I like the adjustment, right? I really like the adjustment for TLID. I feel like this is a very comfort draft for them, and it's now or never. It's 2-0 already.
It's 2-0 already, and if Fnop gets this one, they're going to be facing a championship point ahead of them in this best-of-7 grand final. Team Liquid ID, the draft is unique. We've seen the picks before, and this Carmilla in the hands of Winnie will have to go ahead and pull something out that we haven't seen just yet. The Curse of Blood can work great in this. Not only that, but also we have to point out the fact that this is a lineup that should extend the team fights in their favor. 2 revitalizes for them, 1 from Witty and 1 from Aran to go that way. And also taking a look at the emblems here, breaking it down, Gideon.
Looking at the emblems, you're seeing a lot of poke, right? 3 Impure Rages coming all across the board. Oh, Aran, you're in so much trouble!
Revitalize already. Sanguine Claws brings him back, Kirk. Rotating over, Fabian recovering that position for the team. Aran gets away.
I don't think he's going to be able to recover from that just yet, especially when the CC is on the opposite end. And now, even in the mid lane, they're still contesting for it. Brusco making sure that he can sustain against Witty and Yehezkel at the same time. And this is what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, Surge, Sanguine Claws, Soul Sever, King Kong picks up first blood.
That's not what you want to happen, man. You know, give King Kong the Suyo. He'll make it happen. First blood in his hands. And that's the thing, the team is going to go ahead and play around those points. If they know that some of the resources are down from that early skirmish earlier on, they'll still capitalize it. And every single time the Suyo is picked up,
I don't know. I actually don't know the perfect statistic on how many first bloods that hero actually has, just because how much damage he has in the early game with his Soul Sever.
He does, but Kirk right now is winning this 1v1 pretty hard so far, and Iran forced to actually go for the recall. But generally, how I'm seeing this is that TLID need to make sure that they have a tight game, right? Any little mistake that they've made, we've seen Fnatic Onyx PH really blow that over and turn it into a full-on snowball.
Yeah. Let's think about this. This time around, Kelra's not going to have the Bruno. He's got the Harith, a signature pick of his. Hold on. Hold that thought for a second. The fight for the turtle, though. Fabian.
Good retribution, though. Going to be caught in the curtain call, and also the Sanguine Claws. Witty pops into Revitalize. Kirk coming in as well.
Kirk.
Into the back, he dives.
And now he wants to continue on. Oh, the Vengeance, not enough. Takes down, but at least Fabian is able to find a kill for himself, right? These small moments to pick up these kills, to find that initial gold is going to be great, but this Sanguine Claw is showing up to be quite a bit of a problem for TLID.
And again, Super Prince is on a hero that is very late game centric. You want to go ahead and build up those stacks on the bad impact, and then eventually you're just popping off damage from range. But going back to it, you know, for Kelra, this Harith works a little bit different. Wow, already Yehezkiel forced to go ahead and just wings on out of there. But he's going to be fine. Already early damage potential showing.
I really hope he doesn't disrespect it. So far, Kirk has been playing a strong game, and Iran does have a bit of a level lead so far, but at the same time, right, we're noticing that it's just about pushing these waves, making sure you have priority, making that very first move. It's just the capitalization has been a little weak.
Good trades. Oh, up top, Kirk picked off Fabian. Able to utilize Aran's aggression. Now it's Witty who gets traded on the map. Super Prince with the claw, and King Kong with the kill.
Okay, at least it's pretty good. They're trading up, right? We give Witty, we take Kirk. It works out at the end.
And not only that, but this is Fabian, the best start that he's had so far in the series. It is going to be on this Joy. Could hyper scale up pretty well. Aaron Shiki will burn the flicker, so Kelra goes and gets that resource out with the Zaman Force. But Fabian also, going back to it, picks up the Starlium Scythe now. And with the early kill that he has, he actually is able to provide quite a bit of damage, still running that Temporal Rain on the Joy here.
They have to really take their time with this, right? A lot of the motions on the map are pretty readable, but from Fnatic Onyx PH, it's about making sure this mid is clear, and at least Aaron Shiki is going for the double waves, and I feel that in the past couple of games, as much as Aaron Shiki was able to pick up those double waves, Fnatic Onyx capitalized a lot more on Yehezkiel and his positioning, which is something we need to keep in mind, right? If we see Feathered Airstrike, we're expecting GOA to come out pretty fast.
Now the turtle's up, they're going to fight for the space already. Yehezkiel gets haunted.
That's a lot of damage, bad impact. Oh, Yehezkiel forced to flicker out to safety. Meanwhile, Aran getting killed by the Yo-Yo. Witty forced to use the Revitalize just for the burst, just for the poke of Super Prince.
Feather Airstrike is going to come out. Fabian is going to try electrifying beats. He's already gone in. Cursed Blood!
And that's going to be Brusco taking very low. Still able to survive. Brusco in the midst of it all. Getting the kill back. Fabian claiming the turtle. AOG. That's the kill for Fabian. Jumping back in. Kelra's down. Flame of Pain.
They didn't find it back. They didn't get the trade that they were looking for. And finally, Team Liquid have some momentum in the game. And King Kong is able to walk away from another electrifying beats. At least they're able to breathe for now, but one of the better starts we've seen from TLID.
Yeah, not only that, but all that going again to Fabian here on the Joy, 5-0 now, gets the triple. Not only that, but also got the turtle. Uh-oh, King Kong might get spotted out.
Oh, no, we don't want to watch Merc!
Oh, King Kong survives the outplay from King Kong. Kirk gets the shutdown. Fabian got taken out under the turret.
He's alive.
That's shutdown right there.
How? Fabian, I mean, he's 5-1 now. Broken record at this point of time, but here comes the rest of the team. It's now they're going for a bit of a lane swap. Kelra dealing with a round underneath the turret with the Zaman Voice. He's not even worried about it.
Doesn't care about it.
Oh, look at him.
Jumping back and forth. Aran over the bush again. Sanguine Claws catches him. Oh, the airstrike into the back. Aran will be slain by the bat impact.
The timing on the Unbreakable to get the taunt outside of the circular from the Feathered Airstrike was perfect timing.
Outside of the circular. I love that. I'm going to steal that. I like that a lot, as a matter of fact. But at the same time, it's 5-5, and they've evened out that lead. Man, that was such a huge shutdown. The gold now looking real good, but there's permanent damage on the map. Top side missing up and one inhibitor. Sorry, not one inhibitor, a tier 1, but even the bottom side has been traded too. At the same time, King Kong's still a level down on Fabian.
He's a level down, and they're finding these small wins across the map. And Team Liquid ID is going to have to get in a position
to go ahead and capitalize on some of the leads they have. Like you just mentioned, the lead in levels, even for Aaron Shiki, he is a level 10 right now. He's only got the Hunter Strike, still building in. Meanwhile, Kelra, Starlium Scythe still working on the second item, but now the last turtle for the game is started up by TLID. Let's see if they can get the 3 for 3 here.
They're all going to focus onto Aran. Sanguine Claw, Aran very low for the airstrike to zone him away. Fabian wins out the retreat battle. King Kong taken down by Fabian as the curtain call comes down, but FNOP will just disengage.
Yep, they're just pulling back. We don't need any more than this. Let's not overextend, and let's just breathe for a moment. With King Kong already down, Fabian has guaranteed his level lead against his opponents, but Aaron Shiki is the main win condition. He needs to poke out his opponents, and once Fnatic Onic get desperate, that's when Witty needs to find that counter engage.
Brusco taking a lot of shots here.
Oh! Super Prince in that bush. Aaron Shiki now with the Rhapsody as well. Aaron able to escape. Kelra with the chase, and now gets caught by Aran. Power Wilderness, and for the airstrike, Kelra! Still able to dodge away for so long.
2 for 1 so far, but it's still revitalized, comes out through Electrifying Beach, does not take him out. Finally, Fabian is able to put him down as Aran is next to fall with the help of King Kong. Are you gonna do it? Yes, he will. Underneath the they dive. A double for Kirk.
The timing from the Super Fam comes through again in a fight that you thought was all for TLID, but it wasn't, and now again, the pendulum swinging in game 3. They focus on the base turret, the mid turret, tier 1.
On the turret going in for the airstrike. Kirk shall be shut down by Aaron Shiki.
That's 280 gold into the pockets of TLID. At least they find something back. 9-9. They're keeping it a very tight series here, but with 3 turtles on their side and 1 turret, we're looking for some permanent damage from specifically Fnatic Onic PH, because now you realize that it's all about waiting for that Cursed Blood to come out and then maybe looking to, you know, overstep a little bit to get TLID to come out of their comfort zone.
The most difficult thing here for Fnatic on a PH is obviously dealing with where Fabian is. Most of the time, because of how far ahead he is in terms of damage potential on the Joy, they got to keep an eye on the back line, and Kirk's been doing a fantastic job. I mean, he is tanky enough to go ahead and jump in around whether he has the Vengeance or not. And that's kind of a mirrored approach where your back line is both exposed on both lineups if you're not careful here. So they check things out in the mid lane. The Lord is up, and Kirk's going to be the one to go ahead and get in position. Now still, it's relatively even across the board that tier 1 gets pushed in by the minion wave at bot as they get in position for the Lord.
I just love the fact that they're forcing respect out of them, right? Even on the bottom side, from FNOP, they're not spreading out anymore. They got to stay together.
Okay, so Melfic Roar already picked up by Aaron Shiki too, so that should be the power spike. 3-item power spike. You can see the damage. The poke with a feather airstrike as well. Death Sonata. Kelra is out of the fight just like that. Up top, 1v1. Flavor Fave, the usurper in a 1v1 against Kirk. I want to go solo kill you, but it's not King Kong, it's Kirk.
Yep, it's Kirk for now, but it's not over just yet, right? 4 ultimates to 3 ultimates. The ult economy is looking pretty good for Fnatic Onic at this point of time, and this is the very first Lord. If they're looking for that big swing, Fnatic Onic need to win this out.
They'll just delay it a little bit longer. Team Liquid ID still having the revitalizers too. One was just used by Witty, still have the one for Aran. They'll give the go signal though on the Lord. They're gonna zone out Fnop.
Aran jumping in. Oh, it's gonna stun this ball. Fabian claims it, and Kelra disappears. Aaron Shiki gets him down with the Death Sonata.
Where did he go? Where did he go? Just a couple of shots and he disappears into thin air. Unfortunately, he's not able to build up enough shields. The raw damage from Aaron Shiki is just too much for now.
It's too much for now, and this is the game that Aaron Shiki and the rest of Team Liquid ID needed. They get themselves another major objective, and now trying to work down some of the turrets they still have left to approach the base of Fnop, but Aaron Shiki, just go ahead, post up, take down that tier 2 as the Lord makes its way down bot Aran.
Oh, no.
Kirk?
Oh, even with the revitalize, Aran might have just made it. Kirk into the midst of the rest of the cavalry who just pounce on him.
Kirk, he's got to calm down here. I mean, yes, it's calculated from Aran's side, but Kirk should know better. He got very confident off of that, and this is off of a Lord push.
Lord push right now. Mid turret still being worked on. A feathered airstrike dropped down. Wow, a lot of shots for King Kong. Shields are going to be popping here, though. Lord almost gone. The last one will go down, though, as Lord is cleared out. So Fnop will hold on to the base turrets pretty healthily.
But now, at least they can breathe. At least they can, take their time and rethink their strategies, because I think the hardest part is getting the right people to group together. Ideally, you want to get that curtain call on both Aaron Shiki and Yeheskill, maybe ideally Fabian as well, with basically any of their front lines.
You still want to go in, Kirk? Oh, feather airstrike on the Super Prince leads like this shit at the glowing one. Super Prince gets bad impact just in time. Another feather airstrike over to Kelra. Very low on Kelra and Kirk. Prince able to clear out the wave in the bottom lane, and that is it. But man, the kill threat.
He was hurting. He was hurting a lot. That was glowing wand on top of the... Oh my, it could have gone bad. Super Prince luckily pops his ult in time and conveniently has minions down by the bot side of the map.
That could have been real bad.
It could have been real bad. Even running with that. Again, all Super Prince wants to do is continue to build up on the stacks.
Stack him up.
That he has. Glowing wand, wishing lantern now. You can see it there. 216 stacks for the Sicilian. So the later the game gets dragged on, then Super Prince becomes pretty devastating in terms of damage. But you saw it too. The stacks for Aaron Shiki, he deleted Kelra earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, he's 695, he's about to hit 700, and it's only like 1230 in the game so far. I mean, he's been stacking up really, really nicely, and I do like the way that TLID is adjusted.
You can see the purchase for Witty. Anti-Curse into second item Twilight Armor, so he has ways to deal with the poke that will be constantly coming out from FNOP's Super Prince, right? With the Sicilian, that bad impact, it won't really have that punch anymore with the Twilight Armor. You can just constantly take that damage, back away, wait for it, Kelra. Oh,
Kelra
from the back! Wilderness! That's a big bomb. No, that's a nut. And the course of blood from Witty!
That's 3 members already down, and Kirk, he's got no pushing powers. Fabian starts running in with the rest of the squad. It's going to be the Vengeance already. Papa with no minions. What?
Okay, there's the push in from the cavalry they're looking for in game of 3. Fnop will still try to defend, but they're gonna have to make this work.
Only Kirk left now. Gun down the Rhapsody and that Sky Piercer. The cavalry are alive.
Ooh, they breathe life into another game, extending the series. They're not gonna let FNOP get to match point just yet, not without at least one Stampede down.
They came through as a Stampede in game 3. We talked about the adjustments leading in this one, and it was apparent here from start to finish. They showed that they have fight in them right here for this series.
And you can see how the Carmilla was a comfort for Witty the Wise.
Yep. It was a great pick, unique draft once again. We're gonna have to go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down a game at number 3 and see what they thought about this result.
TLID was able to take down Fnatic Onyx Philippines in game number 3. The question is it an outplay or a mistake? Trax, what do you think?
I mean, TLID, I think they were able to execute some things there. They were on fire, and Fnop, honestly, a little bit on the fritz there, man. Had a little bit of a glitch in draft, at least in my opinion. And then even in some of the gameplay, we saw Kelra get caught. TLID had the advantage from draft on, and this time they executed it very well.
I think the word you're looking for is a little too playful. We've seen Fnatic Onyx go through these episodes. One to point out is against Falcon Esports. They picked out a double dive lineup, put a Yuzhong in the EXP. In that same series, they put a Uranus into Kirk's hands, and that was against Liquid ID. I correct myself.
Either way, we've seen it happen a few times from that.
Yeah, so it seems like for the sake of shaking it up, Fnatic Onyx, we're only speculating, decided to first phase draft a Harith, and then open up the Granger, give it over to Aaron Shiki, and then close up with a little more conservative Sicilian and CC, which again allowed for Liquid ID to come in and read that game from game 2, and then take over. Weezy, how do you read this?
It's the Onyx special. That's what it kind of appears to be, right? When they are ahead, they tend to kind of do these things. They draft a little bit more interesting. Something I can't predict. I would say the X Factor effect, and the X Factor is high risk, high reward, and this way, in this game was not their reward. So I think in the next one, the draft was what made the difference in this. It wasn't a micro game. This was 100% draft.
So this time, it's the draft. We can say that for sure.
So, like, Trax, do you think that maybe for the sake of winning the World Championship, should Onyx make it simple?
Yes, I mean, I think this was, when we first started the night and we talked about win cons for TLID, it was take advantage of these playful moments, take advantage of these glitches in the system, and then build momentum off of it. So Fnatic Onyx, they have two choices. They keep on messing around, and they let TLID catch up, and then it's risk factor. Then it gets risky. Then they find out that, oh man, TLID has momentum now, and now they're really playing and growing. Now they're adapting. So Fnatic Onic, they need to quickly get things back together.
Yeah, this was interesting too, because you pick up the Joy, and I would have sworn the Fredrin 100% win rate would have been the thing picked up here from King Kong. But instead, decides to go for the Suyo, and then you have the Sicilian, the late game special. But I mean, this is a 13-minute game. We saw the stacks, they just weren't scaling.
You know what? There were moments where the Suyo wasn't even bad. Like, I think Suyo into Joy, running it like this, especially if you're confident, as King Kong isn't wrong. I think where it really fell off was how Kirk was just holding down the fort, even when he didn't have to, for the sake of that Sicilian, to try and buy time and space on the map so that the rest of them can approach that power spike. Even at Harry, there was a moment where in the bottom lane, Harry was just dancing around Aran and pushing that bottom lane tier 1, but what after that? Where do we go from there? I don't think Super Prince wanted to be in these situations this early on, because we saw his stacks early, right? And they're not very high for like a 12-minute game time.
Yeah, there's also this, you know, with Kirk, what we just saw from the items, he's very late to pick up any magic defense. Yes, he gets the tough boots, but into the War Axe, into Brute Force Breastplate. And you're in this tough position because you have Aaron Shiki, who's dishing out insane damage. You have Fabian and a Farza, who's dishing out insane damage. And every time we saw Kirk go in, trying to do Kirky things, he gets taken out very quickly. Even when that one moment he thought he had her on.
Yeah, and speaking of Aran, I mean, he's running that Hilda special, right? You've seen him dominate in TLID, with TLID in Season 14 of MPL, and you see the domination here again over Kirk, who was just caught out of position so many times. I mean, look at the difference in damage between Aaron Shiki and Kelra.
Kelra did just as much as Brusco.
And that's not very much. If anything, Brusco dealt more. You look at that number. Talking about Kelra here, he is a short to mid-range mage. He likes to play in the paint. And when you're in the paint, Widdy picked the right hero. If you're going to run straight into the Team Liquid ID, Widdy just puts up the Curse of Blood, and you suddenly have to find another angle. Aran is just right around the corner to punish you. I think Fnatic Onic really have to tighten up the screws and fix this Game 4 draft. Like, that's just the main answer here. That's how they drop this game.
Yeah, when we're at this peak of, you know, when we're at the Grand Finals, and I think many Grand Finals before this, so many things comes out to 1 or 2 picks in a draft. So many things comes down to these coaches and what they give their teams. And TLID kind of risked it there, right? They go for the Joy first pick. They risk giving over the Granger, but in the end, we have our MVP.
Yep, the usurper Fabian here using the Joy when he has the space to do it. Oh my God, he will take the chance and he will do it. Honestly, looking at the lineup here, there's a lot of opportunities for TLID to make sure that Fabian really shows up with the Joy. And I feel like that's the secret recipe here, where they have Aran as well as Widdy, where Widdy was taking a lot of shots. But once Widdy has that Twilight armor, he's able to tank up, he's able to wait for the right opportunity to use that Cursed Blood. There's a lot of distractions, and then Fabian just goes through the cracks.
Yeah, and there wasn't really too much punish on the Joy pickup, right? I mean, it looked like for the side of Fnatic Onic, they're trying a little bit of an experimental draft, trying to find another way around it without having to go with a traditional counter-engage Fredrin or a Belleric to go up against it, and it just doesn't work out. I feel like at this point in M6, you have to go for the harder counter.
Yeah, so taking a look at some of these highlights, Fabian, you know, clean game in the beginning, even playing a little bit risky in this first fight. Maybe he decides to come back in, but he knows his team's there, picks up the extra kill, and we get to a point where Fabian just starts to scale out of control. He's second item, he goes from Starling Scythe straight into Holy Crystal, and that's when we know, I think, there was a point where he died, and I'm looking at Leo and he's 7-2, and I'm like, at this point, even if he dies 3 more times, he's still gonna be able to 1v1 just about anyone on the map.
Yep, just second in the gold rankings towards Aaron Shiki. He's farming heroes. Homie had 9 kills, and he could have had 10. He could have had 10. He almost got the solo kill onto King Kong, but that's when that whole little instant replay situation happened. But just the same, you know that Fabian will not let you forget that that almost happened. He still performed way better after.
Yeah, dropping the beat of the flash on Fnatic Onic with that flashy pickup of the Joy, the deciding factor to help TLID push on forward and still remain in this series, not facing a 3-0 deficit, but a 2-1.
Yeah, so right now it's definitely not going to be a clean sweep. So far, again, we've seen either 4-0s, 4-3s. This time, we got to see. If we're following the trend, it does seem like we're going to go all 7 games. But do you guys feel it will even go that far?
So are you saying there's just no other way? Like, because
there's no other way.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is either 4-0 or 4-3.
Personally, I don't think it will go 7 games.
That's exactly, because it's so clear what happened here with Fnatic Onyx. They were in a dominant position, 1 and 2. They switch it up a little too much, if you ask me, in game number 3. I think if they don't fix it up here in game number 4, then maybe we do follow the pattern, we go all the way. Only if.
Only if next game there's another glitch in the system, there's another quick fritz in the draft, then definitely this whole trend could continue. I think next game's gonna be our big decider on when this is all gonna end.
Yeah, but that's not a gamble I'm willing to take. I'm not going to go for the experimental draft, especially with all of this on the line in the Oxyot Arena. Grand Finals, a chance to be a world champion. That's not a time to experiment. That's where you go straight to the basics and you work with things that have been tested, things that have been proven time and time again.
So we're seeing that probably game 4 onwards is going to be the real FNOP. But before that, we got a quote here coming in from Weedy from TLID. Weedy Wise. We have to see what he has to say. The title above all. Weedy has said, facing SRG was an intense match for us. We have to set aside our egos and personal issues, prioritizing this match above all else. In the past, we didn't play as a team. We focus on our individual games. Against FNOP, we're committed to pushing ourselves to the limit, aiming to bring the championship title back to Indonesia. Very interesting quote here coming in from Weedy.
I mean, you know, I like how he said SRG was an intense match for us because they 3-0 SRG, you know, and they made it look very clean. TLID were so dominant, so definitely a little bit of humbleness there. And now I'm wondering, you know, if they want this championship title, they need to bring out that beast that we saw from them the past couple days.
And every single game so far in this best of 7, 1, 2, and 3, they have put out their best foot. It's not like the draft was bad for TLID in any of those games. It's actually weird that it's Fnatic Onyx that we're actually pointing out that had a weird lineup going into that bout. So I agree. Weedy, just focus on your gameplay, focus on asking St. DeLucas and Facehugger for a good draft. And if you get it, just play better than Fnatic Onyx. But going into game 4, I think things are going to change.
And I do agree with the point when he said going up against SRG, they had to play more as a team and not their own individual games like they have in the past, right? Especially when we've seen the match against SRG, they had a lot of synergy. They had a lot of diving potential as a unit, that hive mentality, which was helping them overcome a lot of their competition. And that really put a pedestal up for the side of TLID to be able to step on. And they were able to step on it and they learned from the experience. But now it's using that experience and translating it into this game. Now, they got a match off Fnatic Onyx. Can they ride that momentum?
We'll have to see. A couple minutes till draft. You know, TLID, I think when I want to talk about how they come into this match, right? They just came off of a big swing. You know, do they still come in with the same idea? Do they feel the way that we feel, that maybe, you know, Fnop messed up in draft? You know, like, it's kind of...
That's out of your control. As a competitor, as an athlete, if you know in yourself that you won because your opponent did a certain few things wrong before the match even started, how do you deal with that? It's irreplicable. You can't go like, all right, I hope they do that again. I hope they pick the Harith early again.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't even look at that game. I would look at the game before where the mistakes actually happened, when it was an even playing field, where it was a more even draft, because I don't expect... You said lightning struck twice. It's not going to strike twice again, right? There's a reason you said that, and I feel like stepping into the next draft, it should be a little bit harder of a challenge for TLID. So I think looking back at the previous games where they did lose in the micro engagements is what's going to make the difference overall for this series.
And now we're looking at player head-to-head here, and I kind of feel like this is what we're going to see a lot in this game. Between Brusco as well as Weedy, it does feel like Weedy will be the one to take the brunt of the damage here compared to Brusco, because in terms of the mid-trio aggression, it does seem like Onyx is a little bit more compared to TLID.
All right, if there's anything to take away from this, it's not what's on screen. It's something that isn't. The fact that Aran took so much damage in game number 3 to help spread it out between him and Weedy might be a key to victory for Team Liquid ID. If this, what is this, 13,000 that Weedy is taking more from Brusco is spread out between him and Aran. Maybe they can take more fights wherein it's not a 4v5, a 3v5. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Liquid ID can keep the numbers game fair, then maybe even more they can find ways to like shut down Kelra, shut down King Kong.
Yeah, look for those. I think a lot of it comes down to them tightening up, looking for those, you know, more clustered team fights to where they're not as spread out. Because we saw it in game 1 and even a little bit in game 2, you know, Fnop really capitalized when they're able to disperse them. You know, Kelwer will find Witty in the back line, kind of broken off from the team. Then Kelwer comes in late. So if TLID is able to group up, they're able to disperse some of that damage.
Which is weird because Fnatic Onyx are specialists at this scrambled style of team fighting. That's where Brusco can get away, heal up for like 2 seconds, come back, punch someone in the face, and then be part of the fight all over again. How do they hit this balance? How do they make that happen over and over again? Besides, again, besides a weird draft, again, secrets up to them. It's up to Coach St. DeLucas and FaceHugger to remind them how to get that.
Yeah, you got to out-bruise the bruiser. I think that's one of the keys to victory for the side of TLID. I mean, we see him on the Gatot. We see him with these initiations. The majority of these games, if I'm not mistaken, were they all Gatot games from Brusco so far?
Yes.
They were.
3 games in a row.
3 games in a row. See, and that's a key to victory right there. Just finding a way to shut him down, maybe forcing him on something else so he can't create such an opportunity.
And now we're jumping into the draft of game number 4 here. TLID, I agree with you, gentlemen. If Fnatic Onyx Philippines draft like normal, it's going to be pretty hard for TLID. They were able to clutch it out when Aran as well as Weedy takes the damage by 50-50 here, but this time, unfortunately, the Hilda has been banned off. Fnatic Onyx Philippines will be on first pick.
Okay, so TLID, what do they make this last ban as? I don't think you go into jungle. You take out the Bruno. So now you're kind of playing that same game. Last time they were on blue side, they had the first pick opportunity. They obviously don't want a Granger up front. They're willing to maybe give it over to Fnop. Does Fnop take it? No, they go for the Joy this time. TLID, you're in the same position. You don't make the Harith mistake, I think, here. I think you take Granger whatever, Granger Hylos, Granger Cho, Cho's Granger Suyo. I think, once again, personally, I think you go for Fred on pick 3.
But it's a switcheroo now. It's Fnop first.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, TLID should take that.
TLID, you take the Granger?
Yep.
I'm taking the Gatot. You got to stop Brusco from his comfort pick,
Gatot
right?
Granger?
Beat him to it, especially, I mean, they're giving respect over to some comfort picks of their own. They're taking out that Hilda from Aran, but they're going to go in for that Suyo instead, pair it up with this Lu Yi, so element of surprise in their favor. I mean, we did say the Blue Yo, the Suyo, it wasn't too bad against the Joy. It was not a hard stoppage, though, which means maybe going for something like that Belleric could be the case here.
I mean, the Lu Yi, I get it. You're taking it away. It was definitely a possibility as a number 2 or 3 pick for Fnop on the swing back. But again, you're now risking losing a gold laner here if Fnop decides to lock in this Granger immediately. I think that's the choice for them on number 3 here.
Here's the thing. The Granger is good, but Kelra can make a Moskov work, a Beatrix
Couldn't
work.
make the Harith work last time.
That's just a whole nother story. So I'm guessing they prioritize something else here and they close in on that mid lane matchup. Super Prince still has his own diversion if you think about it.
Fair. Very fair. I mean, definitely agree. And and you get Brusco still onto something comfortable here. Instead of the Gatot, you get something a little more aggressive, a little more backline divey.
Yeah, and this should open up the Granger for the side of TLID to have the presence in the gold lane, especially with that Bruno being taken off the board. Now the Valentina has been grabbed up from Fnop. It's the first Valentina we've seen this entire series, and with that Valentina, you're going to have that diversion play, which means both teams will be able to teleport across the map and catch each other off guard. Oh, and the chip for the shortcuts.
Now it's a party.
Oh yeah, so right now TLID, they're definitely playing a little bit more macro here. They got both the Louis as well as the chip, so a lot of movements around the map. Now all they really need is suitable heroes to actually go through the teleports.
They are folding the map in half twice. They can send out the chip not even with the diversion intact, like he can just scout out, come back via the Y walk, and suddenly there's so much that Liquid ID can do on the map. They just need the right pieces. Still do not have the solid peel we're looking for, and still no gold laners in both teams' hands. They're both taking him out though. 1-1 out, and Harith out. Granger still at large, Beatrix still out there, Moskov as well. So TLID, after all the bans, they have first dibs.
Yeah, I think depending on how many more gold laners get banned out here, TLID gets that first pick snapback here on second phase. So Fnop might want to be careful on how deep they go into this gold lane and what they leave open for themselves here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which way this plays out. I'm honestly a little surprised about the chip. You already had the element of surprise with the Lu Yi, and I don't even think that Fnop would have even banned that out. Maybe it was to stop them from getting the chip themselves. Could have been a possible answer. But nonetheless, they have great crowd control with the Lu Yi. They have the great element of surprise as well. I think the gold laners, I feel like whether you get the Granger, whether you get the Moskov, it's really going to just boil down to the micro on who can scale a little bit better as you go through the game. What I really want to see is what is going to go into the XP lane for TLID. Do you get something to kind of deny Kirk? We saw Kirk struggling in the last match.
What? So, all right. Again, Granger probably gets picked up here by TLID. They go for the Claude.
Where are these teams going?
There's nothing really tanky on the side of Fnop. I mean, of course, there's gonna be. Claude, though, I mean, it's quick movement, it's quick pace. You have Lu Yi, you have Chip, you have Claude.
Does an old favorite like Arlott come through? You still need an answer to those dudes coming through the portal, right?
TLID needs some kind of tank here because Chip ain't that tanky anymore, and you can't let your studio die all that early.
It's going to be challenging. Looking at the options on the board still, the high-lows is still available for both sides. We are going to see the Edith pick up alongside the Beatrix, so gold lane matchup will be the Beatrix up against the Claude. How are we feeling about it?
I mean, you get the Kirk special, you feel comfortable. You got the Brusco Bruiser special, and as we've said, Kelra's gonna feel good on just about anything. And this isn't even an out-of-meta pick here. This is a Beatrix. It's been a solid pick throughout all of M6.
Solid A+ pick here. One more for TLID, the XP laner. What does Aran get here? Hylos is open. Do you do that? Do you go through the shortcut and then just drop the word?
That's the Phobius available too. They're gonna go for the Fredrin, the answer to the joy, but
where's it going?
It has to be XP. They're pulling a team spirit.
So it's that trap you were talking about, but a game late and the other team.
I mean, because we've seen it before, so it's not all that crazy. But now, we'll see how TLID uses this draft against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, which arguably they got all the favorites on each hand. And with that, we're throwing it over to the casters.
Very interesting draft. We already know what party it's about to be here for this one from TLID. But interesting. I mean, even with that Fredrin last pick, what do you guys feel like?
I don't know. I feel like the Fredrin, I guess it's a little interesting, right? You're still able, you have multiple ways to lock down and try and keep Joy in place. I guess that's what they wanted from the beginning.
Hey, it looks as zany, as goofy as a Hilda XP when I saw it first at MPLID. And Aran was the guy who tried it first. He was the guy who brought that pick. So, Fredrin XP, Aran, I trust you.
We'll see if that trust is in the right place, because one thing's for sure, TLID is one of the few teams that brings out so many unique combinations of heroes and picks, and they do it for game number 4 here. To even out the series, we'll see if it's enough, but also on the flip side, the other side here, for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're more so, leaning on some comfort for this, and Brusco, like I said, on the Khalid, has had great performances, and you take away the Lu Yi from Super Prince as he gets whittled down already. Oh, Brusco could be in trouble. He's going to go ahead and Cyclone out of there. But at least now you have the Valentina for Super Prince, so he could actually take Yehezkiel's ults too.
I suppose, but even Brusco playing a very tight game here. No flicker, as expected, but unless...
Yo, that's not good. Revitalize from Aran will not save him. Super Prince still, despite getting bullied early, claims first blood.
Interesting motions across the map here. I wasn't hoping that was going to happen, but at the very least, it's good for Fnatic Onyx BH, right? They find one for themselves, and at this point, it's about brawling, getting all those battle spells out of them as soon as possible.
Ooh. Yeah, they have to go ahead and play against this. Kirk taking a couple shots from Aran. Again, an XP Fredrin is not something you see too often. So this will be interesting to see how he plays it, because also he's running the Revitalize alongside Witty. And we know that with this kind of lineup and with these kind of heroes from Team Liquid ID, oh, Brusco again?
Surge,
Oh!
Sever Fabian. No, he just used the Queller. He took him down. 1-1.
Yep, so far Yehezkiel's been doing a very good job making sure this duality is able to proc just in time and making it difficult for Brusco to kind of take that space, right? Every single time he tries to forcefully push out those waves, he's going to have to pay the tax.
And this is why having that Louis Yi is so valuable on these lineups, because it's just, you're able to go and get, even if it's just the reactions that you're using and not the diversion, so to speak, it's a big threat. But the fight for this turtle's already going to break out here.
Okay, Aran almost fully stacked, goes in, but King Kong's there, brings a swap. King Kong wins the retreat battle. No Revitalize for them to play with. Even when Aran places it down, Brusco, Raging Sandstorm, Witty doesn't escape from the primal wrath of Kirk.
Why would they take such a big risk on this? And they didn't even hit their level 4s on time, right?
Yeah.
I think that Aran, yes, at the very least, you are somewhat strong, but you don't have your first items as well. No Thunderbelt, really. And you're going to get bursted down by a majority of these heroes until later on into the game. But let's not forget, Witty is not level 4. Even Yehezkiel wasn't level 4. I just don't see the angle.
And that's why Fnop punished them when they had that angle available to them too. Witty's still not level 4, will take quite a bit of poke damage down. He's gonna back off here, but this is again a sign, and we see King Kong do this all the time when he picks up the Joy. He loves to jungle this quick around the map, and he's already got a gap between him and Fabian.
Oh, yeah, it's already really tough, Witty. Shortcut Kirk, instant flicker out. Fabian will take it so that he can go to the XP crab.
Yep, real fast on him. He wants to catch up as much as possible here, but great reaction time coming here from Kirk, right? At least he was able to move out of the way and not give a free kill over, because so far, oh, hold on.
Revitalize from Witty. King Kong's damage, a bit too much to handle. Electrifying beats onto Yehezkiel, and in reaction, King Kong very low, still able to escape. And man, up top, it's a blazing duet from Aaron. Still no damage though. Kelra walking up. Diversion.
Oh, outplayed! Talk about an IMU of a lifetime to find the solo onto Yehezkiel. Nowhere safe.
IMU is what they said. And Yehezkiel gone. Now a lot of the pressure there on the top side, and you would think, you know, with the lineup Team Liquid ID has, they're the ones playing around, keeping the head on the swivel from Fnatic Onic PH with the macro utility that this lineup brings. But it seems like Fnop's able to do that instead.
Yeah, and they're doing a phenomenal job so far. 3K lead, and Iran unfortunately does not outpush Kirk at this point in time until he gets maybe a Molten, but until then, we'll basically be seeing Fnatic Onic PH be very happy around the turtle, which is interesting because you're expecting TLID to come in with more creative angles, right? Now that their ults are available, they should be looking for flanks, looking for opportunities to sneak their way into the battle lines.
Again, part of this is the utilization of the Valentina for Super Friends. Shortcut going to be dropped down. And that's King Kong, so he's like, you know what? Shortcut came through. They're on that side of the map. We'll go and make our way to the turtle and start this up to lock it down. Second one. Not sure if there's going to be any contest, so it looks like TLID just goes in positions.
And Fnatic Onic PH, they read perfectly into it, right? They see that TLID escape, they see the diversion where it was initially going to go. They know for a fact that they've got no resources, so therefore, we don't need everybody around the turtle.
It's just really tough right now for Liquid ID to do anything. More right down below.
No way.
Aran, oh, flicker from Kirk. Revitalize from Aran, now chains down, but King Kong comes to his safety and gets the kill.
Can we just say, you know, Kirk on this Edith, a signature pick of his. Loves to do the, hold on, jungle.
King Kong, let's find beats. Yehezkiel, you know, reaction. Fabian to be very low again. King Kong versus 2. Fabian escaping the Queller. Yehezkiel walking up again up top. There's a battle. It's going to be King. Oh, Kelra jumping. Oh, the double for Kelra under the tier 2.
Nicely done, nicely done. Brusco applying so much pressure across the map, opening up that information, allowing these kills to be falling through for both Kelra as well as, I mean, King Kong, the fact that King Kong was already 2v1ing it, he's really pressing his lead.
He's has a massive lead right now, but just again as a team, it's mind-boggling to think that Fnatic Onic PH is finding all these fronts across the map from bottom to the jungle and then the top. That it's Team Liquid ID really trying to catch their breath and try to find these moments where they can actually keep things from getting too out of hand. And now the focus here, tier 1 bottom lane, they all rotate down.
Raging Sandstorm from Brusco. Just onto Aran. Kelro was trying to siege this turret down in the bottom lane, and Liquid are kind of in a tough spot now. They have a composition that needs to somewhat snowball. Secure neutral objectives at least at the start, and they have failed to do that.
And the best part is the item builds that we're seeing. Everybody is making sure that they've got some tough, and now here comes the shortcut as Aaron Shiki is chugging down Brusco, but it's not over yet as the front line is in trouble.
Quick sand guard. Oh, King Kong! Going and diving into the back of Heskil, trying to survive King Kong again! Aaron Shiki! And Brusco will try to sandwich him down. The BMI into Kelra's debut!
You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. King Kong unleashes in the back line, and now that's another objective. Turtle secured here for Fnop. And just Team Liquid ID really trying to decide, you know, we brought some uniqueness to this game. We brought some spicy picks to the draft and maybe a whole lot of utility, but we haven't been able to use it.
Have you guys ever watched a video of the hydraulic press? Because that's what Fnatic Onyx PH are doing right now in Team Liquid. They've got all the utility to be able to come up with creative angles, but these fights have been so convincing from Fnatic's side. And I gotta give it to Kirk, he's doing a great job, but at the same time, their pinches are like none other. Their collapses are so clean.
Again, it's that thing I was saying earlier about Kirk, man. You know, he's underrated in the sense that when the Edith is also picked up, it's not something you so much think about. He also loves to play with the Warcry emblem, so he's a little more aggressive. But like you said, Gideon, it's the fact of the layering, whether they're initiating with Brusco's Raging Sandstorm or playing into Kirk's initiations with a Flicker, Onward, and Earthshatter. But look at this, focus now on this side of the map. They want to take down that tier 2 if they can. TLID knows this. They'll rotate and try to keep things under control. But again, keep an eye on Brusco. Doesn't have the flicker though, King Kong.
Oh, he's gonna go. Oh my God, there's apathy from Kelra. Almost taking Heskil down. Or Shadow Raging Sandstorm as well. Revitalize to keep him at bay. Aran still there, super friends. Wow, he stole the fraction and he caught all of them.
Oh my goodness, melted every single one. An energy eruption of a lifetime coming in from Super Fritz.
What was
the
that?
IQ on Super Fritz and the decisions, and that's why we said this Valentina pick would play an integral part in winning this game, because you have so many options, but then the creativity.
Oh! Kelra! And now King Kong on Heskil.
What a statement piece coming in from Kelra. A masterclass, doesn't miss one of those shots, making sure that TLID are always on their toes. It's 9 minutes into the game with one of the biggest leads we've seen so far, 11.6K, 17-1.
What do you do?
What do you do?
What do you do against this?
You start praying and hoping and counting that you have another 5 minutes in you.
I think the party's over here for Witty in this one, because right now there's no way you show up for these to contest. Even the diversion, so late, they send in Aaron Shiki, BMI's back to the base, but it was too late at that point, and now with a massive deficit to work against, and the shield's already popped in the mid lane and turret down to the top, they are down to almost the bare bones. Look at the difference in itemization.
Dear Lord, dear Lord.
Oh my Lord!
Yeah, Heskil, it just has to eat it. Like, what else can you say about it, right? You don't have the items to even get into your second item spike. And unfortunately, an Enchanted Talisman, yes, you can throw out abilities, but half the time, eating those shots is all you can hope for.
When you're super ahead, you go for Heptasies, and that's what Kelra is doing right now. Another random shot, Raging Sandstorm backwards, but it's all just to get space for Kelra, to get the base turrets.
They got the base turret mid already down, but still, Lord is up.
Oh my Lord.
They used the conceal earlier on, so TLID back to
Kelra! Runners apathy! The gun in the gold lane! And now it's Brusco diving in! King Kong cleaning up!
He made the standard strong. He's ending this game. Keep your prayers up. Start praying to him if you're a marksman. A gold lane god. Kelra. What a shot.
What a shot, what a lineup, what a performance again. And now they find themselves championship point for the super fam of Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
I've never seen such a dominating performance in my life coming in from a gold laner.
You said you just gotta pray. Pray to who? And the god in the gold lane is playing in the Mlbb landed on.
Got to the gold lane at this point after that one, man. Panel, what about this game? What happened here? Take it away.
I feel like for this one, the analysis is a little bit more simple. But Fnatic Philippines, they got their best heroes on their best users. They know what to do with this. The Edith, like even the Beatrix, you saw that final shot.
They played their best Mlbb, and I think this was more on liquid IDs. It's safe to say, is it fair to say that they may have overthought and overloaded on utility? Our casters were doing their best to call all of these shots from different angles of the shortcut, the diversion, even Aran coming through. And LaFell saw this from a mile away. Hell, I'll tell you now, maybe even a light year away, but I think it came out at the wrong time. That Fredrin trying to, what is it, still counter the Joy? It was a non-starter.
Yeah, the draft, I think the idea was there on paper, right? But I love how he said overthought it. I think it was a little too much, too big brain, too trying a little bit too hard when once again, you could have just kept it steady, kept it simple, because Fnatic Onic was the one who had to recover from the previous draft.
Yeah, and they didn't go experimental this time. They went back to their roots, back to the basics, and it definitely makes a difference in the game from what you've seen. And yeah, that's a rough one. It was interesting seeing the chip pickup alongside the Lu Yi, right? I mean, you already had the element of surprise. I feel like it was definitely overkill. They could have went for more crowd control, any other element outside of trying to go for more of that mobility and that element of surprise. So yeah, that's a stinger. I feel like this is another one that boils down to this is not a micro game. This one was draft.
I feel like one of the things that we have to say, TLID did not interrupt Fnatic Philippines from doing what they want to do, either in draft or in game. And I kind of feel like that's the biggest thing. But now, looking at this, it looks like we just had the fastest game Fnatic Philippines against TLID. Game number 4, it was 10 minutes and 34 seconds. Before this was 10 minutes, 43 seconds. Team Spirit against Falcon. So game number 4, in terms of domination, that was the fastest game so far.
9 seconds is the difference between these two records. And what a recovery. If we were going to blast Kelras Harith, did this performance on the Beatrix do more than make up for that? He redeemed himself, picked up his signature hero, and I don't know, we're watching the same game. He used every single gun.
By the end, he was one-shotting people too, and I mean, it was just a monster overall.
Yeah, just, man, that was a dominating performance, right? And that's not just any game. They're sitting at match point now.
Oh yeah, match point, 1 win away from being a world champions. And again, we got to look back into the game. We got to look at the draft here. We're going to look at the itemization for the both, and then we're going to see, did they really overthink this? Because again, looking into the draft, one of the question marks is that the Granger was not present. But I got to ask, was the Claude an okay idea here? Because it's okay. We've seen the Lu Yi Claude interaction where you're able to basically hold every single lane, but is it too much?
The world's longest BMI is what you're referring to. Trex and I were actually bouncing back on this idea that they did pick the Granger and they picked the Claude instead because it runs away better from the Joy, protects itself a little better from the Khalid, but was that all it was?
Yeah, I mean, where's the damage coming in, right? You went for this tanky Fredrin EXP, you go for the Claude, who's super shred in late game, and Fnop's draft isn't even that tanky. It's fast moving, it's aggressive overall. And I think at that point, I mean, Fnop knows. They know, okay, we're just gonna push the gas here. We're not gonna give you a moment to get any items in. Aaron Shiki didn't even finish Trinity build by the end of that game.
Only 1 death, by the way. Onic only had 1 death, only 1 casualty.
On Brusco.
21-1.
In the early game.
In the early game. Like, that's insane. But I kind of feel like that's the biggest problem for TLID. Like, we're going to look at the damage numbers after this, but I don't know, looking at the draft, I'm not seeing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, not a lot of damage, and it's interesting. When I see a Lu Yi pickup, when I see a chip pickup, there's 2 ways you can play this, right? You can be proactive, you can go in and try and get these initial setups, you can be the first one to get there, or you can be reactive and wait for the other team. And right now, Fnatic Onic, their foot's the one on the gas. You're seeing the diversion plays from Super Friends come out way faster than Yehezkiel.
So TLID were lost in their own portal, you could say so. They were going through the same portal and looping back like Ouroboros over and over and over again. And I think the word we're looking for is the damage profile. There is shred on Claude. Yes, if you make it to like the 16, 17 minute mark, there is burst on the Lu Yi if you're able to get those duality stacks on. But that aside, Fabian needs some good setup to be able to finish dudes off with the Sever. So there's nothing that they're doing in Fnop. It makes sense why they only got 1 kill.
From your points, I'm hearing one thing. A, B, C needs to happen, and then the damage comes in. That's where the D comes from. But is that really what you want? Do you want a draft where you have to set everything up just to have that one big moment?
Not against a team like Fnatic Onyx. They are a team known to play lightning rounds. So they set another record here.
Yeah.
Lightning struck 3 times, bro.
It was just a little spaced out, but still Fnop back in gear. You know, Team Liquid ID, they tried to hit the gas. They tried to hit those shortcuts. They tried to find moments where they could catch Fnop off guard, but every time it just kind of fell short.
Looking at the damage numbers makes me feel a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of damage over there. Kelra spearheading the way on this Beatrix, a signature pickup for him as well. And I mean, this is what happens when you have somebody, Witty on the other side, running this chip, not really able to get the setups they were looking for. You know, you're putting a lot of the crowd control into the hands of Yehezkiel, and he can't really initiate, especially when there's nobody there to frontline the damage.
Party never started. Kelra was too busy keeping them in his scopes. He was lining them up.
I mean, look at this. Aaron Shiki didn't deal 20,000. Yehezkiel 22. Fabian 23. These are not the damage like, here's the thing. You even said it, Leo. Onyx Lime is not even that tanky. You don't need to do that much damage, and it's still not enough.
Yeah, not enough indeed, and 21-1, another hard pill to swallow, and a good leap forward for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. TLID, they've got to win 3 in a row to turn this back around.
And now we have our MVP, the monster mid laner, Super Prince, on that Valentina, even making that crazy play. I am you, using the Fredrin's ult, the energy eruption, catching 3.
Even before that, early game, picks up the diversion, gets to the mid tower behind Yehezkiel, and gets the solo kill on him. I mean, overall, you said it, Leo, we're like, okay, yeah, he gets the lead, but now he has the diversion as well. We literally see it in full force within the first few minutes of the game.
Mans is straight up taskmaster. He sees what his opponents can do and says, I can do it better, and does it. I'll be honest with y'all, that Fredrin taunt play was good, but I think it was just extra layers of flair. Because I'll tell you now, with the draft that Team Liquid came in with, as overly creative as it was, they also kind of put themselves in weird positions for Prince to do that.
Yeah, and that's when you see a proactive mage, right? When you're running on this Valentina, you take the diversion from the Luyi and you punish. You look for the opportunity, you teleport across the map, and you find the setups. Not only that, but the damage as well. Super Prince was everywhere on this map, rotating around with Fnatic Onyx, just all over every objective.
What is that KDA? 2-0 and 14, 16 out of 21. I reckon that's what, 76, 77% KP? Across the map, he was just, there were just a handful of kills he was not part of.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those final plays here that is just monsters. And it's such a quick switch, too, to catch everybody there. Super Friends is definitely, I mean, everybody is online right now. And so far, just about everyone on the team could have earned an MVP throughout these last few games.
Yeah, definitely another one in the books for Fnatic Onyx, but it's not, it's hard to say. I would say it's not too far out of the ballpark, but it's hard to come back after a 3-1 deficit. So 3 games in a row for TLID. If they're able to pull this off, this game, it wasn't a micro engagement, it was the draft. First, you got to fix that. And then once they fix that problem, you run into the problem you ran into in the first few games, where the micro from Fnatic Onyx was overwhelming them.
So now, honestly, when looking at the previous 2 games, this feels more of a match between the coaches instead of the players, because the draft is impacting this a little bit more. But now we got a clip here that we want to analyze a little bit more in this game, where Super Prince on this Valentina, the Valentina reminds us that this is a hero that can say, I'm better than you, because having the access to that 2 extra dashes as well as flicker, essentially giving you 3 extra dashes, is huge. Super Prince starts off by taking the energy eruption, and then looking at the opportunity, he's just waiting in the flanks, and then he flickers forward, gets 3. This is the ability of a Valentina, where you have the flexibility, you have options. You can be a little bit more aggressive, you can be defensive, but here's the thing, you even have utility.
Yeah, the Monster Mage actually used a flicker plus the shadow strikes to be able to get that third skill. Ladies and gentlemen, do note, the taunt is what you steal when you jump in. And as soon as I saw him take that Fredrin ult, I'm like, oh no, what's he gonna do with this? How is he gonna make this work? And apparently, they were in comms. They were talking about it. I have the ult, make him stay, we'll kill them all.
Which is insane too, because Valentina's been a hero that has kind of not been picked up as much because she's so up close and personal. It can be a risk factor. But the way that Super Friends is playing that right now, it just fits so well in with the way that Fnop like to play, that aggressive, in-your-face style, not giving you a second to breathe.
I mean, Luis not that big of a range.
Fair.
That's how you deal with Valentina, range. And the Luis showed up first, like, there's no Farsa, there's no Eve, like, what does the Valentina have to worry about? So it does feel like this is more about the draft, so this is more of the battle of the coaches.
Yeah, the coaches definitely going back to the drawing book, and another win in the board for Fnatic. And now the biggest challenge yet for TLID. We're in the Oxiata Arena. We're at the grand finals. They have a chance to be a world champion and to have it possibly ripped out of your hands from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Talk about pressure.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I feel like at TLID, they got to slow it down when it comes to what they want to prioritize coming into the draft. And with that, we're going to give them a little bit more time. In fact, Eterna is standing on court side where she can report to us what's going on down there. So, Eterna, what's going on?
Hey everyone, it's Eterna, and right now courtside, and it looks like a celebrity is in the audience.
Wow.
It's none other than Faidil Jaidi. Welcome to Malaysia.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh wow, so many fans.
Hey.
You guys know him? Of course.
Alhamdulillah dia kenal.
Alhamdulillah. But it looks like we are at championship point right now. So we are one game away of crowning our new world champs. If it goes that way. Are you here to support Indonesia, TLID?
Yes, of course. I came here to M6. Want to support Indonesia, Indo Pride.
Indo Pride. Do we agree with that, guys? Indo Pride?
Indo Pride, Indo Pride!
See, I don't know if there's a lot of Indonesians in the building or it's just a Serumpun thing. Is it Serumpun or is it Indonesia?
Indonesia.
Wow. All right. So did you fly with them?
Batam, from Batam.
Batam.
From Batam.
From Batam.
From Batam.
All right. So I've been reading a lot of articles about you. I've been reading a lot of articles about you.
Okay.
And it seems like you've been involved in the Mlbb scene for quite some time, even as a pro player.
It was a long time ago,
It was a long time ago.
You can say it was long a time ago.
Top Global Lunox, Top Global Aurora. What else?
Yes, I was
Akai?
Global Aurora, Global Lunox, Carry, and Gushian, but that was a very long time ago.
Is that why you cosplayed Akai? Were you Top Global Akai too?
Sorry?
Did you cosplay Akai because you were Top Global Akai as well?
No. My father was cosplay with Gatot Kaca.
Gatot Kaca.
Gatot Kaca.
Where is he? Pamu.
At home.
At home? You didn't bring
home,
him?
yes.
Did he let you come?
Yes.
Oh, he let you come. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Pamu, thank you so much for letting Faidil come. It's been a blast. It's been
I love
an
you,
honor.
Pa.
Love you too. Okay. Next question. So, what do you think? I mean, you've had experience as a pro player. You know the game well.
Yep.
What do you think TLID can do to come back from this?
About that, I cannot say for sure, but I was hoping and I believe that TLID was performing the best, the players, the coach. So we are Indonesia hoping TLID can bring us some comeback moment. Comeback moment.
Comeback moment. How? What do you think?
Maybe, I don't know. We're just hoping because they coming here, it's already make us proud. And then we're still, everything, no matter what happened, we're still proud of TLID.
I like that. I like that. I think everyone agrees. Wait, is that another celebrity that we see?
Yes, very famous. Very famous.
Very famous? Is she your friend?
Very famous in Indonesia, number one.
Number one?
Number one.
What's her name? What's her name?
Sorry, may I know your name?
Echa.
Oh, Echa. Her
Echa.
name is Echa.
Echa, I heard you
Echa,
have...
where you come from?
From Bekasi.
From Bekasi. Are you here to support Indonesia?
Of course, I'm here to support TLID. Man, the fans are really in the building. It's great to see all the support here. And last question for you, before we head into maybe a message to your fans, is what is your score prediction for our grand finals?
4-3.
4-3?
4 TLID.
Close best of 7 going all the way?
Yep.
All right. All right, all right. It looks like everyone agrees as well. Echa agrees? 4-3? 4-3. Okay. Maybe Fadil Jadi, you have a message to your fans out there or maybe the MLB community?
Can I say in bahasa?
Of course, of course.
Buat semuanya yang lagi nonton, pokoknya apapun yang terjadi, kita doain buat Indonesia, buat TLID. Selalu support, apapun yang terjadi, kita tetap bangga.
Hashtag Indo Pride. All right, thank you so much, Fadil. Thank you so much,
Boy.
Echa. Thank you so much to all the fans in the building because we are going to throw it back to the panel. Boys, take it away for championship points.
Thank you very much, Eterna. And if we're going to make that 4-3 happen, now TLID, they can't drop a single game. They have to be clean. They have to be perfect. And that's going to be very difficult considering they're going up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, there's no more mistakes from here, right? Their backs are against the wall. I like to always say pressure makes diamonds or burst pipes, and hopefully today they can find a way to turn this back around because I like to see things go the distance. I'm all the way out from North America. I've seen even our grand finals in the NACT went the distance, and I'm trying to manifest that into reality here in the Axiata Arena.
So you're saying Liquid will bounce back here now. It's the only choice. It's the only thing that they can do is tighten up that draft, don't overthink it, get good damage profiles, win lane to lane, and play the best Mlbb they played their whole career.
Or
Fnatic Onyx just drafts like they did in the game they lost.
Which what we already said, we can't count on that, right? TLID's got to go full Ultra Instinct mode right now.
Which it looks like they have. Game 4, they did.
I don't know, TLID's, it's rough. That last game, draft was off. I think there was a couple plays that were off. I think at this point they got to play perfectly, like LaFell said, and that is tough against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, who seem like they are playing perfectly nonstop.
Yeah, and now yesterday what happened was after both best of 5s, we had an MCGG All-Star match. So we're gonna give you guys a little bit of sneak peek about what happened yesterday, just in case if you guys missed that matchup. A lot of chaos entered, so let's see who won that one.
Magic Chess fans, good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. Our voices have finally been heard. We're paving the way for a more competitive and bright future for one of our favorite games in the world. Welcome to Magic Chess Go Go.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Magic Chess Go Go All-Stars 2024.
Powerful tank. On the other side, we've got Team Gaming versus Just No Limit, 3-star Couple and Koopa, but not quite enough to finish things off, and that means that he as well will be eliminated. The captain of Team Magic taken out at 7th place.
Two members of Team Magic are already down. Team Go Go, they are securing that top 4 position for now, but things change here, right?
Still standing, and it is none other than our finale here for Chiku Guys, our winner of the Magic Chess Go Go All-Star Showmatch.
The new era of Magic Chess Battle is about to begin. Maybe one day you'll join us in a stage like this as a pro player in MCGG. Thank you for watching and staying with us. My name is Reptar. Good night, everyone. See you next time.
Looks like Chico Guys and Dean Gaming was the last 2 players, so shout out to both of them. And if you guys are interested, just to let you guys know, we announced it earlier, but Magic Chess Go Go looks like they will have a World Championship as well. So make sure you guys download it as soon as it's available for your region and test it out. But now we got to focus on this upcoming match because, again, Fnatic Onyx Philippines are at match point. And TLID, unfortunately, in the previous game, they drafted a little bit too cautiously, but in terms of how they play, maybe a little bit too aggressively. But the problem is, you want to play aggressive, but you don't have enough damage. So it looks like the identity of the draft was not really replicated in the identity of the gameplay.
Yeah, I feel like you got to find that perfect medium, right? You got to win in the draft. You also got to win in the micro engagement. So getting an aggressive composition could be the key to that. But you also need the crowd control. You need Witty to get on something. If he's going to go damage, then you have to make up with your Heskil getting on something with the crowd control. There's no in between. You can't go all to one side or the other. They have to both play their role, and they have to play it down to a T.
So, let's say the little voice in my head, the member of the cavalry that's in my head is saying, if they some way somehow end up with a perfect draft that, you know, they used somewhere down the line, like against SRG last night, can they do it? Can they take down Fnatic Onyx here and maybe possibly go for the reverse sweep at this point?
I mean, if they can get perfect draft after perfect draft after perfect draft, then yes, I do think it's possible. I don't think it's solely... If it was solely mechanics, if it was solely fights and let they would have lost that game that they won, right? They would have lost even though Fnop threw draft a little bit. Even though Fnop kind of messed up in draft, Fnop would have been able to win that. And I remember telling myself, if Fnop wins this game right here, they're just built different. TLID doesn't stand a chance. But we have seen TLID at least win something. So we know the possibilities are there. We know there are some answers. But those answers don't come cheap. They cannot make a single mistake in the draft at all.
Yeah, got to find that needle in the haystack. Should be the game plan for TLID moving forward, taking things one game at a time. So, yeah, it's going to be a bargain. It's going to be a gamble, but it's not impossible. Speaking of impossible, speaking of gambles, on the next chapter of greatness, a quote coming out from Coach Why Not from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Watching them overcome past hardships and come together from different teams made winning MPL Philippines incredibly heartfelt. Winning M6 would mean even more, not just for us as a team, but for Onyx Philippines as an organization, as it's a title that has long eluded them.
Let me tell y'all real quick before we continue with the code, this is 5 years in the making. They were here in M1, did not even qualify for knockouts. They were here for M3 in Singapore, got swept in the grand finals. And now in M6, they're one game away from taking home that trophy.
And looking ahead, these players are still young, full of energy, and have bright futures. M6 might just be the beginning, and that might be even scarier. They're ready for Chapter 2.
All right. Chapter 2, more like a full-on sequel, more like a full-on book, because again, I think it's Onyx time to finish the story. This is a long-term narrative that Coach Wynot is putting a book into. Some old players are actually watching in the crowd right now, if you know what I'm talking about. We're here competing, and now it's the same organization, just a set of different players fulfilling that dream.
And now we're looking at the head-to-head here between the coaches, Coach Wynot as well as St. DeLucas. When it comes to the win rate, pretty big difference here. 70% for Coach Wynot, 60% for St. DeLucas. And looking at the first pick and second pick, honestly, pretty even there. Not really that much of a difference. If we're looking at the bans here, Onyx, this is not something that you see often, but they're one of the teams that often bans out the alpha.
Yeah, I mean, Onyx is willing, we saw it very early on, that especially when they're on first pick side, which we can see their win rate's a little bit higher on first pick side, they're very willing to ban out the alpha. They're very willing to ban out 2 junglers or 2 of this or 2 of that, because they know what they want to approach and they know what the answers are to those picks that they want to go first.
Which is interesting because it's like we're fighting this battle on 2 different fronts. One is the micro in the game, and then also it's in the draft with the coaches, the players and the coaches, head-to-heads up there as we jumping into our next game here momentarily. Team Liquid ID, right? They're here. They just lost 21-1, a very hard loss on top of that. And we've been seeing records broken today from Fnatic Onyx, right? They had, what, the fastest game so far by a matter of seconds.
And possibly the cleanest run in an M6 winning tournament. What is that? If they win here, that would have been a clean run, not a single series loss.
And here's the thing. All the games, they didn't go past 50 minutes. Like, this best of 7 is actually going pretty fast. I mean, like, at this point, it's only like, what, 7 something? We started roughly 5, so it's only been 2 hours.
So the question is, are our developers happy that this is where these athletes are taking this game? The fact that our Mobile MOBA is playing very fast, or are these teams just pushing the limit of what's possible and ending in the most efficient way?
I mean, if they end fast, we can go to the next game faster so more games can be played. But hold on to that thought. We got an M chat here from Brusco. For you, how does it feel being in the grand finals of your first international tournament? He said, I'm happy. But after reviewing the game and talking to our coach, still not satisfied with my performance. I think I can still give more.
You know what?
What more?
The Mlbb universe doesn't understand the genius of Brusco. I think there's so much going on in this young man's mind. When I talked to him the other night, there's so much that he wanted to share, but only so much we can do in 10 minutes. I think if you let that M chat go a little longer, he would have told you.
I think we've seen so many different dimensions to Brusco. We've seen the surprise attack bruiser that wants to get in the back line, that doesn't just sit around and let you hit him. And then even in some of these previous games with the Gatot, he can be more of that, I'm just here to absorb damage, I'm just here to distract you. He has several different play styles that we've seen from him throughout the entirety of M6.
He's definitely a roamer you can rely on and has been doing great so far in this series. Now, looking at this, technically with TLID at the deficit, if Fnatic Onyx closes this out, they win from the upper bracket, which the last time we saw that upper bracket win was what, M1?
No, every single one has been a lower bracket.
Oh no, upper bracket, right?
Yeah, every single win so far has been lower bracket teams winning.
Yeah.
Only M1 upper bracket.
But as Leo stated, Philippines are known to break curses. They're known to show up when needed.
We might see the first 4-1 in the history of the M series.
Yeah, just over and over, man.
And it's all full circle here in the Axiata Arena, moments away from potentially the final game in M6. It's been a journey here, and it's up to TLID to rewrite that story if they want to remain in this series.
A lot on the shoulders of the young Weedy the Wise. Whatever wisdom is left in him, and whatever Coach Facehugger and Coach St. DeLucas can share, it's got to come out now.
Into the draft we go, the potential final game of the day.
Oh yeah. Definitely potential the final game of the day, and right now Fnatic Onyx Philippines are on the second pick, which, looking at the numbers here, 54% win rate for the second pick here. And now looking at a fun fact here, the fourth game of this best of 7 grand finals was the 100th game of the M6 World Championship.
100 games. Let that sink in. Because of our Swiss format and the wild card, we played 100 games of Mlbb so far. World class.
Talk about records. I feel like every day I've been here, I've only started in the knockout phase, and I've been seeing records left and right, and that just shows you that it's full of surprises, and maybe we have more in store as we push through this series.
Hold up. The draft has already elapsed. Zushin first pick by the Cavalry, and look at this. Fnatic Onyx banned 3 junglers and pick up the Alpha. What's left for the Usurper?
Exactly, and that's what they do, man. Normally they do it on first pick side. Normally it's, all right, we're gonna take out 2 junglers and take what's left. And now it's like, all right, we got another switch up for you. You thought you were gonna outdraft us, we got the answer.
The Hayabusa could come out here though, get to the back line, find this Eve, but they are gonna go in for that Hilda, the Aran special from season 14 MPL ID.
All right, it feels a little good for the Cavalry. Those are signature pickups. Yezkiel on the Zushin, Fabian on the Alpha, Fabian on the Hayabusa, not so much in game 1 of this series, but we're off to a good start. Fnatic Onyx closing up the first phase with an Edith, a signature across the board here. Now they're gonna start, I would assume, locking down gold laners, because after the bans, guess who gets first pick after?
Mr. Kelra.
The gold standard.
If they even want to.
The god in the gold lane.
They have options still, right? There's possibilities. Now, the Alpha pick, King Kong has done, I mean, probably it's the best performance out of any other jungler on the Alpha. He's won several games on it, some of them being against TLID.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Granger pickup will come out of this. This is something worth TLID banning out, but then we know right behind it's going to be that Moskov. Maybe taking both off the table and making more of a challenge in the gold lane could be the plan.
Good keyword, challenge. Because of that Harith ban, a specialty pick for Aaron Shiki. Will TLID entertain this jab from Coach Ryan and Coach Hayes? Like, so are we taking out gold laners? And it looks like, nah, because there's nothing going to be left for Aaron. TLID taking out Brusco picks. There goes the TIG.
All right, so where do we go from here, right? I think TLID knows that they get first pick on the gold, so they don't want to ban into gold, right? They want to leave something open for themselves here. Fnop, on the other hand, they take out the Harith. We still have Granger possibilities. We still have plenty of options for Kelra.
Let me throw this out there. Even after Liquid ID's last ban, if it's left open, they could pick up a solid Matilda.
And that would definitely be a wise decision, having the mobility and the sustainability in your favor. There goes that Jawhead ban. We've been talking about this Jawhead for a little bit today. Still have yet to see it. It's been such a threat on the isolation plays. Also, this is going to be potentially the first game we may not see Brusco the Bruiser run on the Katat.
Yep, there's the ban. Good read, Steph.
Yeah, definitely not going to allow those comfort picks to slide in. Like you said, little margin for error for the side of TLID. They have to win this draft. They have to get the most optimal composition to not only win in here, but also in the micro engagements in the game.
Sun rises when I give the word.
Right now looks like FNOP picking up the Khalid. Both that as well as the Eve. You got the range. The Eve is already doing well against the Jushin. Adding on to that, the Khalid, looking at FNOP, the mid trio here, they're not gonna let this Hayabusa farm. I don't see how TLID can move around the map.
I mean, TLID has some, TLID has, overall, they get exactly what I think they want, right? He's one problem. The Alpha does the true damage. Hilda can have a little trouble with that. Last time we saw this Hilda against King Kong's Alpha, they went for this early invasion, which completely backfired on them. So TLID just need to round things out here. Maybe not go for something super tanky like a Hylos, but something maybe more on the fast-moving side.
So they are going to pick up a Granger onto Aaron Shiki. That makes sense. Do we see the Hylos here for Weedy? Nope. It's the good old trusty Carmilla that won them the only game so far they have in this series. What does Kelra pick up? Is it going to be the Beatrix? Is it going to be his signature pick?
I'm not sure if TLID have enough damage. I'm just putting it out there. I don't think they have enough damage.
Damage profile is, I think, what it is. And the burst coming through. Kelra's going to have to close the gap.
Yeah, closing the gap indeed, and the draft has been locked in from both sides. TLID, we talked about it. We said they have little margin for error. Is this the draft that can make the difference for their micro engagements?
Well, if Onyx wins this one, this is the final time the panel will be on screen. So thank you, everyone, but now we're throwing into the casters.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking it down once again. It's me, Naisu, Gideon, and Mirko to bring you a championship point game right now. Can TLID extend the series? Again, it's a best of 5. They have the chance, a best of 7. They have a chance here. What do you guys think of the drafts for this one?
I think this one's going to be a lot more interesting, right? Fnop have taken a completely separate angle of targeting Fabian, and now the early game as well. The TLID need to snowball off this comp.
There's so much control for FNOP. This looks like a pure neutral objective snowball kind of composition. They're gonna get first one all the way to the third.
Well, let's see if it can happen here again. Fnop facing championship point, 1 win away from being crowned the M6 World Champions. And TLID, with this lineup, they had the Carmilla before, they can make it work again, and that's a good little preview of what's at stake here. As early a game already, poking happening in the mid lane. This Wishing Lantern, Super Prince.
Okay, flicker out from Super Prince. Respect instantly as Aran shows himself in that push. Revitalized from Witty.
Yeah, but just as expected here, right? Because Kirk is going for Warcry, doesn't have the concussive blast. He won't be able to push it out as quick as a run, only for the earlier stages of the game. Later on might be a bit more tough, but let's see how Yeheskill's going to deal with it as the first Lethal Wanderer goes over the Fnatic on a PH.
Oh, and all in early over Aran. Flicker out as well. So 2 battle spells now used up from TLID. King Kong getting that lethal earlier. Looking to go for more, but respects TLID's control with the juice in.
The biggest thing about this, if TLID wants to go ahead and have these winning fights, is really playing against the massive amount of crowd control and also just space advantage that Fnop can set up with this type of composition, even with the Eve here. I mean, again, looking at it, you know, Kirk, we just saw the performance with the Edith still running that Warcry emblem, but even so, the amount of mobility that is here for Kelra this time around running even that sprint, he's going to be able to maneuver easily around these team fights, and TLID has to be able to shut that down.
Yeah, I mean, he can play on... Aaron Shikin, unfortunately, can only play on linear lines, right? He kind of wants to line up with Keller, which is why he got extra movement speed in his emblems, just to kind of keep up with it. But as soon as that sprint pops, there's no keeping up with it at all, especially if he takes hit from a Queen's Call. Nevertheless, we are seeing an instant invade on the opposite side of the map.
RWM forcing Fabian to use the quad shadow. Fnatic Onic Philippines, this is the control we were talking about, but they have utilized a couple of resources, and that's why King Kong was sent down below Brusco. Gonna be all in here. Aran has a power wilderness, but Brusco just flickers out, and now King Kong's ahead.
Again, another battle spell used here on both sides, really, all for this first turtle, really taking the time. Aran will hold it up at the front. Fabian joining the fight, doesn't have a purple buff. It's going to be up in 10 seconds, so they might just go ahead and start this up, take control of it as they do. Brusco gives the information, doesn't have a level 4, so not going to be able to do much, as King Kong, though, did build up. Again, just trying to get some of that gold lead and that even level lead.
I mean, as much as Team Liquid ID don't mind taking the turtle, honestly, I feel like it's a bigger win for Fnatic Onic PH. You're getting your jungler ahead, and more importantly, you're not even giving the opportunity for TLID to start a snowball. I mean, let's just go match by match, right? Super Prince, he's hurting Hezkill, especially when both the supports have to leave the lane.
Yeah, I think it's just a very interesting but great approach here for Fnatic Onic Philippines. They could have gone all the way up top. Aran, force a flicker. King Kong not going to overcommit there. The Primal Wrath reduced by Kirk, and they're just going to go and hammer down on this turret gold. Half of the HP on the turret gold down. Hezkill, Crimson Beacon, now Lantern Flare. Yeah, no threat over to King Kong and Kirk.
There's no damage here, not yet, but Witty, he's gonna get chunked down as RWM is also being deployed.
And that's the thing, we're seeing a lot of these fights where it's like, you know, they're dropping down ultimates, they're using their battle spell, they get a flicker out again here, and this is all the thing, right? If you can go ahead and catch a kill for either team, then that's great. But like Gideon, you just mentioned, you know, if Fnop kind of delays this, they don't actually have to go and snowball. Hold on.
Okay. That's a shadow kill over. Okay. Now, that's the revitalize, but Kelra picks up the kill. Fabian, the kill. Kelra, one piece from both of them.
It's too slow, too late to react to it. Even with the Curse of Blood, just no damage to really follow up, and also the major target's already down. So Witty dying like that, and at least Fabian able to find one back. At this point, I think that Fnatic Onic PH are in a pretty comfortable spot overall. Brusco doesn't mind dying a couple more times, but this next neutral objective might be really tough for TLID to actually get on top of. So it's all about, hey, how many battle spells do you have? If we get hit by the Curse of Blood, can we die for Aaron Shiki? Maybe even Aran if we're lucky.
You can see this too, you know, Kelra already having the hospital. Oh, hold on.
Kirk. Flicker out, Quad Shadow coming down as well. No onward or no
Earth Shatter.
They're not going to go for it.
Yeah, he can rely on the Primal Wrath here too, but it's more so just, again, kind of limit testing each other. Battle spells being used up or not. Next objective is up here, and they're going to get in the zone here. They have to worry about Super Prince setting things up, but it's going to be started up too. King Kong holding it.
Brusco walking up as well. The Lantern Flare still on him. King Kong on the turtle. Curse of Blood going to be locked in onto King Kong. Still the retribution on point. Kelra in the back with a heavy crossbow again with the flanks. Fabian jumping back and forth. Not enough damage. Kelra is on a roll.
They split the fight into two. Witty is still trying to buy some time as Kirk at 1 HP tries to knock up Hezkill with the Earth Shatter. Fabian with the Quad Shadow should be able to find one for his own, but even so, the fight has been split in half.
No, it's a chase. Super Prince chasing Fabian. He's waiting for the cooldown on the Quad Shadows. Brusco walks up and shuts him down.
And with that exchange, at least Fabian gets a couple kills, but Fnop gets a whole lot through that. Plus, taking the gold lead now in favor, almost 2,000. A 1-for-1 for the Turtles here, but some of these first items are going to be picked up now and locked in and start to show. Even for Super Prince, you know, already doing a great job at just setting up the RWM. And gets the going one too. A lot of this utility that comes from this Eve pick is the advantage when it comes to those turtle fights. And even for Kelra to show up on that back line, pop the sprint and maneuver around, again, that's what TLID has to be wary of.
Exactly, about looking for these flank angles and not to necessarily be caught specifically by that Curse of Blood. It can get a little tough, especially when TLID start opening up that map, but Aaron Shiki getting shoved and dove underneath turret. A Berserker's Fury for Kelra's just, again, dominating run.
That's what you said about it previously. The hydraulic press raging sandstorm defensively from Brusco, and they get out of harm's way. You can see King Kong dominating this jungle matchup. Fabian still is able to secure the purple buff, but King Kong's a level ahead on the alpha. He's gonna wait for it. RWM over the Esculo. Spear of Alpha 2 from King Kong.
A breather, but now the Crystal Blood on all three of the members. They're chopped down one by one. All three pulled underneath the turrets.
Yeah, Heskiel continuing the chase. Fabian takes it back, punishing FNOP's overextension.
An overextension, trying to set up under that tier 1 turret. Fabian having a great start again on this Hayabusa. He's had to work for it, but they're going to have to do something about Kelra here because eventually that is going to be a kill. It's a damage check. He gets under half. They got to deal with him, Kirk.
Uh-oh. They've already got the Primal Wrath out. He's going to get dove under pretty quick.
Brusco's there.
Flicker out, Lantern Flare coming down as well. Now Kirk going to be taken out as well. It will be as Heskiel who picks up the kill and the turtle to TLID. So some way they're actually able to equalize that gold lead. No longer the big, scary gold lead for FNOP.
All right, so where is the majority of the gold lead actually coming from? And I think, looking at the gold lead, it's got to be Kelra, right? I think he's got like, what, 2,000 ahead currently on to Aaron Shiki. Hold on, the Quad Shadow's not going to do much there just yet, but even so, that's a majority of the damage from Fnatic Onyx PH. They got to play around him and let Kelra kind of do the work, because look at that damage check, 50% off of that one auto, well, plus the passive.
And he's just doing that to delay him on taking the buff.
Conceal already from... Oh my lord! Wilderness Aran bursting through! Now the Rhapsody together with a Lantern Flare. Brusco is down. Out of nowhere, becomes a 2-for-1 for Liquid ID.
Oh no. Okay, Team Liquid ID are actually pulling this back now with the lead of their own. At the very least, Heskiel has a very stable pick. Let's look at the items and really start to compare, because wow, shocking lead for Kelra, but then there is compensation when it comes down to the jungle, compensation when it does also come down to the mid lane too.
And interestingly enough, as many kills as Fabian has on this Hayabusa, the fact that King Kong is not too far behind in essence against the economy here, that's fine for him, because that's what King Kong does on the alpha pick. It isn't to go and fight and fight and fight. It's really just go ahead and lock down some of the farm, and then later on, you have some more of that tankiness on this alpha. You play around your setup potential, and you just let Kelra shine. And there it is. Skypiercer is actually going to be picked up already from Aaron Shiki.
He's going for a third item. I think he recognizes that Heskiel is giving him a lot of peel anyway. Same goes to Iran. They need those big finishers, which means I would assume that Fabian, he's going into these fights just to chunk.
And to be fair, the Juicin will go Skypiercer too, right? Like, that's the normal build we're seeing. And for Heskiel, does look like he's on the way for a second item, Skypiercer. So they'll have two. Now, is that a bit too greedy, or is that good,
I think it's part of the answer is just get rid of Kelra. Whether it's either or, as long as you take Kelra out of the picture, then they lose a lot of that damage potential. And we'll see if that gamble is going to be worth it, because Team Liquid ID will start things up.
Crimson Beacon out.
Whoa!
Dave, what happened? Fabian claims a kill in the back. The assassination, Aaron Shiki. So able to counter with Detonata. Kelra chasing it on down in the bush. Kelra walking with a heavy crossbar. Power of wildness. Aaron Shiki claims the kill. Brusco running back with a Raging Sandstorm. Fabian with a chase again. And it will be a Lord traded in for a fight.
Oh my goodness, and a fight well deserved by TLID. It might not be over just yet here. Let's give it a moment, because Aaron Shiki, it's great. The target acquisition in tandem with Fabian, making sure that Super Prince does not get that much value out of his RWM. Happens so fast.
Yeah.
And honestly, I got to give it to Witty. He's been finding like 2-man, 3-man Cursed Bloods at some critical moments.
Again, this Carmilla pick for Witty has worked for them in the past, even their whole journey up to this point in the grand final. And they're set up mid.
Spear of Alpha into the Earth Shadow. Really still surviving. Shadow kill. It's going to be neutralized by the Primal Wrath. Real manipulation! Let's go!
Kelra, he's running forward. He takes out one. Needs the backup. Dive underneath the turret. Nobody is safe. 3 flickers for 3 kills. And Brusco will pay that price.
It doesn't matter if they're behind in that form. They'll make a play either way. And they still have the Lord knocking on the base turrets now. Fnop sets things up. They might look for more.
They're hungry. They're so hungry. They want this inhibitor early on. They want to create that 13K lead they did in their previous series, because Team Liquid ID, if they find that momentum back against Fnatic on PH, they might be able to turn things around.
Holy moly. Just when you think Liquid have neutralized the lead, when you think they're ahead, someone else becomes the X factor. Game 1, 2, 3, I think it was Kelra all around. Now, Brusco from out of nowhere.
It's always one of them, and that's again why they have been called the super fam. Every single player, every single role in lane filled and just perform at a peak here throughout the tournament and now through the grand final. It's TLID on the back foot now, trying to just defend even the buffs. King Kong put enough pressure, nearly level 15. Again, with this, Team Liquid ID still in fighting form, not a massive deficit to work against, but it gets increasingly more difficult when they approach these Lord fights because of that setup potential from Fnop.
Oh, but even so, at the end of the day, it really comes down just to hard execution, right? As much as Fnatic, Onic, PH are able to kind of control this tempo, the execution for these are... Wait, hold on. Oh my god. Oh, right. RWM has also been thrown out here, but I don't think they should be able to find anything.
With the isolating, you know, the cancel! Spear of Alpha, he gets down with a fade away!
What a cancel! Never mind, I take it back. They do find one.
Sometimes you wonder, you know, Kelra's jumping forward. Well, that's exactly why. So aggressive and making moves just now at this point.
How does he get a Renner's apathy on an Irithel?
I have no clue. I have no clue. But at this point, this Lord should be free, right?
They're going to start it up. Lord for the taking here. It's already taken. Kirk gets it.
Raging Sandstorm, Brusco. Gonna be taken down. He has to go with the Skypiercer stack. Crucible into the back line. Super Prince not able to pop into RWM just yet as Kelra jumps with the heavy crossbow. Power of Wildness onto Kelra, but Aran gets deleted.
The peel is perfect. Kelra has the space, and Witty, as well as Aran, will not be able to create the opening that they were looking for.
And look at that, just as you think, you know, he's so aggressive on this Irithel, able to jump in. Now he also gets some defense with a Wind of Nature pickup. Able to deal with some of that pressure, physical damage that might be set up from even Fabian here. They work with this Lord at push now, taking the goal lead a little bit further. Fnop will get ready to march towards the base. They already got some work done on these turrets. And so Team Liquid Indonesia in a precarious situation on this defense. They have to be able to clear things out and keep things contained and together. They're going to rely on the setup potential and maybe even the Cursed Blood. Spear of Alpha won't land from King Kong.
It's a short cooldown, totally fine here, and I think the Team Liquid ID need to play this defensively. Sacrifice an inhibitor, sure, but this game needs to drag on because they're so close to their next item power spike. 39 to 43.
The siege continues. That's a quad shadow to the back. King Kong with the Spear of Alpha baited out. The Primal Wrap from Kirk as well, though. Two base turrets taken down. Now one more up top. Kelra sent to deal with it. A few more shots into the turret. It will survive for a bit. Kelra wants to go for it. Walks up a few more times. One more time, that Sonata keeps him at bay.
Team Liquid ID wants to hold on to that one. Fabian jumps in.
Shadow kill, Spear of Alpha, bringing him back again. The quad shadow back from Fabian, and the damage. RWM locking him down inside. It has skill with the Crimson Beacon, locking Super Prince up. Now it's an all-in into the back line. Aaron Chicky getting it, Raging Sandstorm from Boost. Kelra in the base, looking for the end moment. TLID have cleared out the wave, and Kelra will be able to escape, but King Kong have dealt with him.
Oh no, the minions are starting to push it. They're running out. It's one!
Thunder heralds their unstoppable reign. Unscathed, unrivaled, their legends proclaimed. Bow down to the empire of Fnatic, Onic, Philippines!
Axiata Arena, make some noise for your heralds of thunder! Let me hear you scream!
Their dominant run in the Philippines, and now their dominant run here in the M6 World Championship. We're all part of the fam now. Let's throw it on stage with our winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Fnatic Onic Philippines! What an epic battle for the final, the real grand final. They're staying at the top and finish to the top. Gentlemen, Fnatic Onic Philippines, come and join us here at the front. The emotions is overwhelming, and guys, I gotta say, Axiata Arena, you guys are amazing.
You guys are the superstars. You guys are the best. This is the best M series I've ever witnessed in my lifetime. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, your champions!
The fight is over. This is the new record for Fnatic Onyx. All right, gentlemen. You may now claim what is rightfully yours. In 3, 2, 1. Ito ang lakas ng Pinas. Fnatic Onyx Philippines!
Unbelievable! Unbelievable!
The 5th straight trophy for the Philippines!
This franchise has been in the grand final for multiple times. Now, after besting their new rival, Fnatic Onyx Philippines have finally finished their story.
It's been a roller coaster of emotions and struggles. However, Fnatic Onyx Philippines did not drop a single match this M6. Kelra, come here, halika dito. Kelra, congratulations. From an MSC champion, MPL Philippines, and now you are our M-Series champion. What does this victory mean for you? From an M-Series champion, tas naging MPL Philippines champion, tas ngayon M-Series naman ang napanalunan mo. Anong ibig sabihin ng panalo na to sa'yo?
Una sa lahat, thank you sa mga pumuntahin, sumuporta sa amin dito. Thank you sa mga nanonood online. Maraming salamat, appreciate namin lahat yun. Okay.
He said thank you to everybody watching here in the arena. For those supporting online, they really, really appreciate your support.
I have a question as well right now to Coach Why Not. Coach, all these sleepless nights, all the training, all of the work that you've put in, who do you want to dedicate this victory to?
Definitely. I mean, I'm quite happy right now, but to be honest, I just really want to go home to my family, you know, kiss my girlfriend. I miss her so much. Hug my kids. But yeah, this, everything, it's for us, definitely, for the Filipinos out there, and the Philippines, but most especially, yeah, to my girlfriend, Dorothy. Thank you.
That's so cute.
I know, Dorothy, hope you're listening right now.
Yes, I want to hear something more from the player, Brusco. Can you tell us about your win? This is your first. You won in MPL Philippines. Now, you are the champion of the world.
First, I want to thank the Sonics fans supporting us, and I want to thank my girlfriend also watching me. Yeah, thank you so much. I love you.
That is so sweet and so cute. Now I think everybody is ready to see them get their medals, award prizes that they have won. So to commemorate this momentous victory, please allow me to welcome Mr. Cloud Chang, CEO of Moonton Games, to award the exclusive M6 medallion made in collaboration with Fairy.
Big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. One of the men that made today's event happen, and each medal, by the way, is crafted from rare gemstones featuring a mythic dragon motif. Stunning. Stunning.
Oh. They will got a lot of present. This is special, the Smith, for the champion, the world champion. Kelra keeps jumping up and down. He is so hyped, even though he's out of breath already. This is truly an amazing victory for them.
The release of endorphins, I can only imagine what they're going through right now, supported by the fans here in attendance. It is a night they each and every single one of them are going to remember for the rest of their lives.
Yep, it's of one of the players, the family, the staff, everyone who helped the Fnatic Onyx to become the champion. Now they're here celebrating with a new necklace and something new from Fairy. Guys, so once again, we have the silent but deadly EXP laner, the Architect.
We have King Kong, the Sigma King, the Beast.
Super Prince, the Monster Mage, Brusco the Bruiser.
And not forgetting, Kelra, the gold standard, the Filipino Savage. Okay, photos are taken. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. We're going to be moving on to something else now. We want to immortalize your marks have been greater than ever. Let me now call upon onto the stage in just a moment another special guest. Once the photos are taken, once again, thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. Are the photos all done? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang.
Now to call onto the stage for the next award presentation, Mr. Julius C., CEO of Fairy, towards your Fairy M6 Dreamwatch and your very own Fairy M6 Mythic Champions Ring.
Show us. After the medals, now it's time. The gate, the Fairy Watch, the Dream Watch, Spatial M6 Dream Watch, the M6 Mythic. Players, main players. All right, nice. The Fairy M6 Dream Watch feature advanced chronograph functionalities. So this is spatial just for the champions.
Can we get the starting lineup to come in front first, please?
And don't forget, we have our very own Fairy M6 Mythic Champions Rings as well.
Smart Omega.
Meanwhile, the M6 Mythic Champion Ring boasts an innovative design with a removable crown that reveals a hidden Land of Dawn map with 20 and blue and red animals that represents the Mlbb turrets.
Champions only will have this. Things they will cherish for the rest of their lives. Reminders of this night, a historic night in Axiata Arena here in Bukit Jalil. M6 in Malaysia. Something we will never forget, and certainly the players, the entire team, will never forget. I'm wondering what the party will be like in the Philippines right now as they're watching this.
I am pretty sure the Filipinos are ecstatic to win their 5th World Championship title. And of course, people from all over the world, the Fnatic Onyx fans, I'm pretty sure they're super duper stoked right now.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. Rising to be the best, as only they can.
Yes, now, the finger, the winning finger, they got all of it. The ring, a new ring that show how shiny and how great is their finger, because this is the finger that make them won.
I know. I'm hoping it comes up on camera. I'm hoping everyone who's watching right now can see how beautiful and magnificent these devices are, going onto the fingers, going onto the wrists, and wearing it with pride, uniting these brothers for life.
And there you go. Coach Yap is completing his show your rings to the camera.
Oh.
Complete 5-stack, ladies and gentlemen. That's his strategy. Okay, now the stones are complete for Coach Yap. Indeed.
He looks like Thanos. I love it.
He does.
Different colors. These are green. I'm trying to get a closer look from where we are right now. So some of the watches, they've got a blue trim around them. Some have got green. They all look gorgeous.
They do, and they all look really amazing on our players. Definitely greater than ever this time around. Neck, arm, finger, everything is catching, bubbling.
That looks heavy as well, I have to say. I mean, better watch your luggage when you fly back. Don't want to be overweight with all the bling on your arms.
They got a lot of things. This is super special. And of course, all of the family. Now they're celebrating together. And now I think we can say together because they got new watch. What time is it? Show your watch, show your everything. You can say it now. Thank you very much. Let's take a picture together with Mr. C.
I think we should have a big
Mr. Zhang,
let's have a big
pictures together.
group picture with everybody here. Okay, If everyone here can look at me. Okay, we're gonna take a picture with our VIP down here. Lovely, thank you.
Yes.
Let me get out the way.
Smile for the camera, everybody. Show off your new rings. Coach Yeb, show off your complete stack. Ring, watch, medals, and this is the moment for the champion. What time is that? Woohoo! Thank you very much to Mr. C. And finally, to complete the champion's gear, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Ellie Chin, Smartphone Country Product Manager of Asus Malaysia, to award your ROG Phone 9. The winner takes everything. They deserve it. Now, they will be more and more powerful with the new smartphone. Yes, they are all walking home with an ROG 9.
And I'm sure everybody in the arena right now knows how good ROG smartphones is. They are a mobile masterpiece that blends high-octane gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. These are the perfect phones for our world champions.
I agree, and look at them, so happy with their new phones to play Mobile Legends on.
I want a phone as well.
We want a phone.
Miss Chen, I hope that you can have a spare phone for us as well, please. It'll be much appreciated.
They all look so happy. Yes, let's take a picture together.
Okay,
All right,
one more
thank
picture
you.
together, please.
Miss Ellie, could we have a photo? Yes, you may stand in the middle with them. Yes. Guys, let's get around. Show your phone. Show your new phones, guys. Show your new phone to the camera. Champion phone. With ROG Phone 9. Thank you, Miss Ellie Chen. And, of course, for the giant check, we would like to invite Mr. Lucas Mao as Managing Director of Moonton Games to present the awards for the players, for the winners, for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Give round of applause, everyone. This is the giant check for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Kelra is so happy. He is embodying everything right now.
It's amazing.
Champion,
From up-and-comers to the brightest stars, Fnatic Onyx Philippines extends the Philippines era with another World Championship trophy.
The 5th trophy for Philippines. They fought really well for their country. Thank you so much, Mr. Lucas Mao. And wow, present to present, to smile and smile. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen an amazing game, an amazing M6. But let me ask you, Axiata Arena, who is your finals MVP?
Whoa, 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 whoa! One more time. Who are your finals MVP? Is it? Is it? We're gonna find out in just a moment. We have to invite somebody else up.
To present this award, we have Miss Ellie Chen back on stage to present the M6 Finals MVP Award. Yes, she's here. Now that everyone's ready, the M6 World Champions Finals MVP is Kelra!
The Filipino Savage, the gold standard. Now, the M6 Finals MVP. Kelra's development, not only as a player, but as an individual, is unmatched. This is a much-deserved recognition. Our congratulations.
The super moment. Kelra is kissing. Thank you very much, Miss Ellie Chen. Thank you. Kelra, come here. You know what, Kelra? Come, I'll go to you. You're now the finals MVP. Kelra, you're the only player in the world with an MSC Finals MVP. MPL Finals MVP, and now M6 Finals MVP. What do you have to say about your victory?
Masasabi ko lang nag-finals MVP ako dahil sa kampi ko, hindi dahil sa sarili ko.
He said that he just want to say to everyone, he became a finals MVP not because of himself, but because of his teammates. Do you have anything to say to them? Do you have anything to say to your teammates?
Sa teammate ko, mahal na mahal ko kayo, yun lang.
To his teammates, I love you all so much. That's it. Thank you, Kelra. Wow. This guy, he's called the gold standard, but I think he is now the greatest standard.
The GOAT conversation right now, is he in that conversation? Is he in the bracket of GOATs?
I think he is slowly getting there.
I think he's getting there. And we're witnessing history being made. Okay, looking at all these gentlemen, how do you think they're feeling? Honestly.
I'm feeling so happy. Just now, they were asking for more nasi lemak from me. Oh, they love nasi lemak? You know what? More nasi lemak? Okay, I'll get you nasi lemak tomorrow. Okay? More nasi lemak for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Do you guys agree? Yes! Okay.
All right, we're gonna have one more trophy lift, I think. I want everyone to get by their trophy one more
Gather
time.
around.
Gather around the trophy. We're gonna lift it one more time together. The Champions Lift. You've received your prizes. You've received the accolades of all the fans here and those streaming it online. The millions upon millions of fans and players around the globe who've gathered here today to witness history being made.
You guys may now lift your trophy. Once again, this is Fnatic Onyx Philippines, the M6 World Championship champion, the dawn of a new legacy. Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines have finally become greater than ever.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines has left their mark in the Mlbb esports scene. And now they are going back to the Philippines with a brand new trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our champions here at Zakti Arena. Malaysians, do me proud and make some noise!
Fnatic Onyx Philippines, you may carry your trophy and do your Champions Walk of Glory. Kelra, this is real! This is real, Kelra!
It's not a dream. You are living
real.
the dream.
They're stuck on the floor. You are the dream now. You guys may now lift your trophy.
Okay, guys, we want you to carry this trophy down here. We want you to show the fans your trophy. So pick it up. Are you ready? Pick it up one more time and let's walk down here.
This is your champion.
The champions.
And this is the Champions Walk of Glory. To our passionate and ever-growing community, thank you for making the M6 World Championship possible for the last time tonight. My name is Rose.
My name is Adam.
And my name is Bude Clara. See you at M7.
this M6 kind of gave me more of a perspective of how competition is globally. And I think there's so many things that you have to take account for. But definitely apart from that, you need to put the work in. It's not as if you're a good player now, you're still the best player next year, next week. I mean, everyone's grinding. What will you do, right?
1, 2, 3, 5!
You need to make sure that, as an individual, you're quite confident in who you are. This is the first step, being crowned the champions. I think at this point, right now, yes, we are greater than ever, but come tomorrow, it's gonna be a new chapter. It's gonna be us, trying to chase another thing. It's gonna be us trying to be greater in the future. It's been, a great privilege, having your respect each and every day. I'm quite happy with how you guys have grown since, the day that we met. M6, we are greater than ever.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small, but I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I can't back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. I'm forced to be whole and it waits to unfold. Converge and dreams ignite. There are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I can't back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned when the world. Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned when the world says I'm done. I'm just starting my run through the darkest of nights. I will find. You won't get me down. You won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I always come back around. I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. A force to behold, and it waits to unfold. Around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might, for we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars in the heart of the storm.